No, ya lo vi. Dejé todo. Vete, si estás en la oficina, vete para que tú veas que está todo igualito. Vale. No, no, ya.
Good morning, good morning, everyone. We're gonna get started. We're kind of running a little behind. So you all can grab your seats. And, okay. Tony. Sí. So good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 188 council meeting being held on Western Resort on St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands. It's 9:08 a.m. We're going to start with a roll call. We're going to start on my left with Christina.
Good morning, Cristina Olan, Council Staff. Buenos días.
Buenos días. Good morning. Lehigh Rivera Garcia, Council Staff.
Good morning, Maria Lopez, NOAA Fisheries.
Graciela Garcia Moliner, Council Staff.
Good morning, Daniel Matos Caraballo, Puerto Rico Department of Natural and Environmental Resources.
Good morning, Nicole Angeli, U.S. Virgin Islands Division of Fish and Wildlife.
Good morning, Tony Blanchard, St. Thomas Councilman.
Gulf Fishery Council Chair.
Miguel Rolón, Secretary Director, and I need to read for the record that Ms. Heather Blow and Maria del Mar Lopez Merced are the designees from the Office of Regional Office for this meeting. So I need to see it for the record. That's it.
Diana Martino, Council Staff. Good morning.
Good morning, buenos dias, everyone. I'm Heather Blau with NOAA Fisheries Southeast Regional Office, and very happy and honored to be serving as Andy Strelchek's designee at this meeting. I've worked with some of you for many, many years, dating all the way back to the Council's 2005 Sustainable Fisheries Act Amendment, and had the opportunity to work with many of the USVI fishermen on the trap reduction program several years ago, and I'm looking forward to re-engaging, reconnecting with folks, and getting to know and work with those of you who I haven't yet had the opportunity to work with.
Good morning, Ann Kirsting, NOAA Office of General Counsel.
Good morning, Roberto Sabater, Council Member.
Morning, all. Sinai Haptis, U.S. Virgin Islands Division of Fish and Wildlife and the Ecosystems-Based Fisheries Management Technical Advisory Panel Chair.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Janet Ramon Garcia, Outreach and Education Advisory Panel Chair.
Yes, good morning. This is Vance Vicente, Scientific and Statistics Committee member and chairman.
Buenos días, Marta Prada, IRA Coordinator.
Good morning, Danielle Blacklock, the Director of the Office of Aquaculture at NOAA Fisheries.
Good morning, Wilson Santiago, Puerto Rico Fishery Liaison.
Good morning, James Craiglow, DAP, St. Thomas, St. John member.
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Yadira Sanchez from Puerto Rico.
Julia McGrath, DFP Chair, St. Thomas, St. John. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. Nelson Crespo, DAP Chair, Puerto Rico.
Good morning, all. Gerster Martinez, St. Christ, DAP Chair.
Good morning, Sarah Stevenson, NOAA Fisheries.
Good morning, Maria Irizarry, Council Staff.
And online.
People in Zoom: James Butler, Kiara Matias, Vanessa Ramírez, Nicole Gris, Michael, José A. Rivera, Ricardo López, Kevin McCarthy, Jesús Rivera Hernández, John Walter, Derek Soto, Acacia Holiday, and Lauren Rensberg.
Miguel.
Yeah, from the record, we want to excuse Vanessa Ramirez for being here in person. She's the vice chair due to family emergencies, but she will be with us on the voting capacity and everything through the internet. And you just heard her voice. But for the record, that's the reason why she's not here in person.
Thank you. And I'll thank Marcella for reminding me that I didn't mention the date for the meeting. It's December 3rd, 2025. Next, we have the swearing in of Tony Blanchard.
Yeah, Blaine.
Very honored to welcome you back to the council, Tony. So I'm going to read the first two lines here and then turn it over to you to read the rest. As trustees of the nation's fishery resources, all voting members must take an oath specified by the secretary as follows.
I, Anthony Blanchard, as duly appointed member of a regional fishery management council established under the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act, hereby promise to conserve and manage the living marine resources of the United States of America by carrying out the business of the council for the greatest overall benefit of the nation. I recognize my responsibility to serve as a knowledgeable and experienced trustee of the nation's marine fishery resources, being careful to balance competing private and regional interests, and always aware and protective of the public interest in those resources. I commit myself to uphold the provisions, standards, and requirements of the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act and other applicable laws, and shall conduct myself at all times according to the rules of conduct prescribed by the Secretary of Commerce. This oath is freely given and without mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
Thank you so much. Thanks for your willingness.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Tony, and welcome back. We have another person online that is not on the list here, but his name is Michael Funk. He is a Fisheries Advisory Committee member from St. Croix. He just has issue with his microphone, so he can't talk. Okay, Miguel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Council work is a teamwork. And I remember John Borman, member of the NOAA Fisheries, one time told me, after going through all the 7 councils, that this was not a council meeting, it was mostly a Thanksgiving meeting with friends and family. And that's the way we think that we have been able to succeed in managing the fisheries of the U.S. Caribbean. And we sometimes we take people for granted. The chairs of the DAPs, chair of the SSC, members of the council, staff from the council, Maria, Sarah. These people work really hard to make things happen for the council. But today, and they're going to kill me for this, but I want to ask, where is Alberto? You come over here, please. Alberto is this guy that if everything goes fine, well, nobody cares. But if the mics doesn't work, we all look at Alberto. What happened, Alberto? And he has been with us for some time now, and we consider him part of the Caribbean Council family. So I want to recognize you today, Alberto, for all your work, or your tears yesterday. and so as they say in the Army, thank you for your service. And I hope that you will be with us longer than I will be. Please talk to Angie. She's going to some fiscal matters to talk to you. And thank you again for all your work. Yeah. And the next one, she's gonna really hate it, but anyway. Cristina. Okay, this is another person again that we take for granted sometimes. But when we hired Cristina, she started working with those social networks, everything that have to do with the council and the outside world. As you see, she's the one who runs the meetings. She's the one who fetch the presentation and post and call you every time because usually the presentations or some people come at the last minute, but she's there to help us with that. And she has been with us for how many years now?
As an employee for
Yeah.
2, but
Forever since the beginning.
2009.
Yeah. And she's always willing and able to help everybody that needs help from us. And she's a partner of Janet Ramos when she was in Sigran, Wilson, and anybody who needs help communicating with the council or getting information that we need to send to the public. So for that, we are really grateful. And we want to recognize you today. Thank you very much. And a special award will be given to Cristina here in recognition of her work. It's a token of appreciation for what you do here for us. Thank you very much. Okay, you want to say?
Rapidito, sí. I'm very thankful for this recognition. I didn't expect that. Also, I want to say that all that I do is just to serve and that goes to the community that we are part of. So I'm very thankful, but also honored to be serving. Ya tú sabes. Gracias.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Miguel. Okay, next on is the adoption of the agenda. Liahai.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have a suggestion on day 2 to eliminate the topic upcoming CEDAR 103 procedural workshop updates, as it will be covered at the Science Center topic today in the morning.
Graciela.
And we also suggest that instead of the agenda reading a letter sent to NOAA on the executive order, we were expecting it to be the status of NOAA's response to the CFMC's letter regarding Executive Order 14276, Restoring America's Seafood Competitiveness. So just a change in the heading.
Miguel.
Yes, and the second day, we are going to be addressing mariculture at 9:30. It will be an hour for discussion, but we want to stop sharp at 10 o'clock. We will have a presentation by Ana Salceda, she's in Spain, and it will be a presentation on the Big Fish campaign. Her presentation will be 15 to 20 minutes, and then afterward, we can continue talking about mariculture if needed. And then there will be a presentation by Daniel Blacklock, and then it will be another one, follow Daniel from Dr. Cepeda, and the updates of her work regarding permits that you need for aquaculture in the U.S. Caribbean.
Okay, is that all we have for agenda updates? Okay, so we need a motion to accept the agenda as amended.
Nicole Angeli, motion to accept the agenda as amended.
Second. Tony Blanchard.
Okay, so next is a consideration of the what? Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, everybody. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. So consideration of the 187 council meeting verbatim transcriptions. I think we have, yes, Ann?
Ann Kirsting for the record. On page 217 of the transcript, line 34, it says Sarah P. Stevenson, and it should say Ann Kirsting instead. And that's my only correction.
Any other corrections to the transcript? Okay, we need a motion to accept the verbatim transcript as amended.
Motion to accept as amended.
I need a second. The second by Sabater. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. Next, we have Miguel with the Executive Director's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you know, the 8 councils and National Marine Fisheries Service are celebrating next year the 50th anniversary of the Magnuson-Stevens Act and the implementation of councils to help manage the fisheries of the United States. As part of that event, each council will engage in activities that will celebrate this anniversary, along with all the 8 councils where we're going to have activities at the national level to celebrate the 50th anniversary. The CFMC will have a video that will include experience of people who have been with us for many years. And Christina and Diana, with the person in charge of photography here, Rene, will interview some of the key people that have been with us for all this year, council members, staff, all except Angie. And we will then edit that video, and that will be for 2026, our contribution to the celebration of the 50th anniversary. If you recall, when we celebrated the 40th anniversary, it was here in St. Thomas. And the whole celebration was put together by Diana here with the help of some of the people. So this time, because of the budgetary constraint and everything that we have to rethink our activities for next year. So we are going to take the opportunity to interview some of the persons that we have in the list with 5 easy questions. The question will be the same for everybody. Later, then Christina and I will have to sit down and go over it. And remember, if you have 5 minutes for every person and you have 10 persons, you have 50 minutes. And at the end, you have to reduce that to 10 minutes, no more than 10 minutes. So please, when you are approached by Christina or Diana today, be your best for cooperation. I guess Nelson already hired a person that will help you with the haircut and everything, you said? So the key people that we have here include, of course, the council members. And the next thing that I have is that the budget. As you all know, we have the closure, we have uncertainties with the budget. We have enough to go through December 31st and start on January. After that, if we don't get any more money, all the council will suffer. Some of them will have to stop activities. We hope that this will be solved before the end of the year. I talked to Mr. Pinheiro, the assistant administrator for NOAA Fisheries, and they are doing their best to assist. So all the 8 councils will receive the funding on time. Not only the council, but National Fisheries Service, the regional office, the centers, also are in need of having some, certain levels of budget so they can continue operate. So that's something that may affect us. But one thing that we would like to do is to continue some of the key projects that we have. For example, for next year, we will have in-person meetings with each one of the DAPs. We will visit St. Thomas, St. Croix, and Puerto Rico That's something that I discussed with the chairs before, because it's important to communicate effectively with members of the DAPs. And remember, sometimes we learn more at the coffee break than at the meeting itself. And that will be something that we budget for it. The other thing that we budget is the aquaculture workshop, and we will hear more about it tomorrow. And that's it for the budget, Mr. Chairman, so far. As soon as we have some more information at the end, before the end of this month, we will communicate with you and let you know what will happen in 2026. The Big Fish campaign, this is probably the last year because we ran out of money. And we have one more country to visit with the money that we had before. So we are working with the CRFM, the community, the CARICOM regional fishery mechanism that encompasses 17 countries, 9 members and other observers. And that will be the last part of the Big Fish campaign. You will hear about it tomorrow where we get the presentation from Ana Salceda. The Big Fish campaign is instrumental for the protection of fish that aggregate to spawn. And we all know that some snappers, some groupers, and other species of fish aggregate to spawn, and they become very vulnerable to overfishing. So we have been able, with this campaign, to engage the fishers from each country that participates. And the idea is to have a bottoms-up approach rather than the other way around. That have been the traditional way of operating, and it has been a success story. Each country that we have visited, especially because of Ana Salceda, they have implemented measures to manage the fishery in a way that they protect the fish aggregations in each one of the countries. So that's what we have so far, Mr. Chairman, at this time. I need to reiterate also that in our case, we kept the liaison funding for Puerto Rico and St. Thomas and the US Virgin Islands. That includes St. Thomas and St. Croix and St. John, of course. So I was allowed to keep that in our budget. So we hope that won't suffer. It's not a great amount of money, but it's important to assist the local government in engaging with the council's activities that we have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Miguel. Any questions for Miguel? Nicole?
Hi, good morning. Nicole Angeli, U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you so much for the report. I was wondering if we would have the opportunity to review this on paper. I wasn't able to take good notes about the information that you just submitted. And also, I did want to impress upon everyone that the amount of money that we get for our liaison funds for the CFMC are actually the only one of 2 dedicated forms of funding that we get at all for the commercial fishery. It is critically important for those funds to still be available to us, and we appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, I forgot this, but when I participated at the 36th legislature of the US Virgin Islands, I was asked to present, following a questionnaire from the legislators, the activities that the council has and issues that the council deal with here. I was assisted by Graciela Garcia Moliner. I thought she was present there, and Dr. Angeli also at that session. And I need to recognize Angeli because I have been in that position and she was all by herself, presenting every information that we have to hear from the division. And one aspect of the discussion was the intention of some legislators to promote mariculture in the U.S. Caribbean. I talked afterwards with the Senate member, and he will be invited to the workshop next year. Next year we have elections, so some changes may happen there, but they are interested in pursuing mariculture project in the U.S. Virgin Islands. And this is is right on time. You will see tomorrow when we talk about this workshop next year. They are expecting to be invited. Dr. Senay Aptes also will be there. He has been working in the Virgin Islands in the past with aquaculture projects. The president of the committee told me that they may call me again next year, if needed be, to add more information about what the council does, etc. I believe that this interest by legislators of the Virgin Islands in mariculture will provide some positive results in years to come. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry for forgetting about it.
No problem. Any more questions for Miguel? Okay, hearing none, we're gonna move on to the fishery amendment plans of fishery management plan amendments, actions and priorities update for 2026. Maria Lopez Mercer.
Good morning, everybody. This is Maria Lopez with NOAA Fisheries, Caribbean branch. And as usual, we are going to start the meeting giving an update on where we are with all the actions that the council has been working on during the past year, the status of actions that the council is currently pursuing. And then we're also going to talk about the priorities or other projects that the council was interested in discussing for discussion in 2026 and additional topics that the council started discussing during the August meeting. Can go to the next slide. Okay, this first slide has a list of all the regulatory actions that NIMS, the NOAA Fisheries, have been working with after the council took final action on these ones. So this is a summary of where we are, the status of these actions right now. So Amendment 2 to all the fishery management plans, this is the trawl, net gear, and descending devices. The notice of availability of the amendment was published during the same period of the August council meeting. Then in September 2025, there was a proposed rule that was published, and then in October, the final rule was published. And on November 3, 2025, the rule implementing this amendment became effective, except that the descending device requirement that was also included in this amendment and in this final rule will become effective on April 1st, 2026. And this was, the council chose to do that in NIMS because they wanted to provide time for the council to continue their outreach and education activities on the descending devices and all the activities that they have planned to inform about this requirement and promote best fishing practices through the use of descending devices. So the other action that, the regulatory action that NIMS is currently working on is Framework 3 to the U.S. Virgin Islands Fishery Management Plans. This is an actions that were established, the management reference points that came from CDAR 80 for the queen triggerfish in St. Thomas, St. John, and in St. Croix. The proposed rule published in October, the comment period ended in November, and right now NIMS is developing the final rule. We will be informing through fishery bulletins and through the council website and NOAA Fisheries website when that final rule it's published and the effective date. Amendment 4 to the Puerto Rico FMP is the reclassification for the rainbow runner as a pelagic species. Right now, we are working on the proposed rule. We're developing that proposed rule. And when the amendment is available for comment and that proposed rule, we will be publishing a fishery bulletin, and it will be informed in the council webpage and in NOAA Fisheries webpage. So the public can comment on the amendment and in the proposed rule. So that's where we are right now for those actions. As a reminder, size limits for all harvests of dolphin and wahoo are in place that became effective earlier this year. Recreational bag limits for dolphin and wahoo and federal waters are also in place. The prohibition on the use of nets, except for the specific gill net for certain species, as
specified in the regulations in federal waters is also in place. This is that came from what I mentioned earlier, the amendment to all the FMPs. And as I mentioned earlier, also the descending device requirement will be in place in April 1st, 2026. And as usual, thank you to everyone, all the fishers that are already using those devices. Okay, we can go to the next slide. Okay, so this slide is going to be showing all the actions that the council is currently working on, and the ones that are going to be discussed during this meeting or in future meetings. Okay, let's start with modification of pelagic accountability measures. If you see from this slide, we decided to add a column of information on why is the council taking this action. Why is it important? So this modification of pelagic accountability measures is an action that we started discussing during the past August 2025 meeting. And the reason that this action, the council need to do something about it is because right now, the accountability measures that are established for pelagic species, which, as all of you know, are new to federal management under the fishery management plans, do not specify a corrective action to take if there is an overage or an exceedance of the ACL. So that corrective action needs to be taken to prevent the ACL from being exceeded again in the next year. So we started the discussion about that, and we will continue that discussion during the, I believe this is this afternoon. So during this meeting, in August meeting, we presented some very draft options for the council to discuss. The idea for it was for the council to give input to staff to know what are the things that could be considered. And there was a motion for the creation of an interdisciplinary planning team to start working on these options. So during September, the IPT, or a smaller working group, started discussing, and we started brainstorming ideas on how to deal with this particular accountability measure, which, as you all know, and as we discussed during the August meeting, is very different than the reef fish, right? These are pelagic species. They're seasonal species. They can come in pulses. They have trends. The harvest, we also discussed that the harvest of species in the Caribbean is just a small portion of the wider the availability of fish, or what is being harvested in the whole entire Caribbean. So there was a lot of discussion about that. So what we would like to do during this meeting, and we'll talk about that later, is to review some of the things that we will discuss in this working group. And what we want to focus more is in that AM trigger. What is the evaluation that we could do to the landings to determine, for example, if there are trends? How can the landings could be methodically evaluated when they exceed the ACL? We are also going to be looking for the council to provide ideas, and we can talk about that a little bit more later. But if you can start thinking about things, how to address this issue, because this is a requirement for management, then we can talk about that later. So the plan would be from, as I said, discussing options during this meeting, draft options, potential options, and then bring this back to the working group to refine those options, and then bring an options paper for the council to look at in April. The next action that the council already started working with is the review of stocks in need of conservation and management. This is what is also known as the matrix. The council set that in August 2025 at priority number 1. The reason that the council is pursuing this is because there's a need to maximize management efficiency, and it's also something that can be taken under the executive order for seafood, the seafood EO 14276, I'm sorry. So during the August meeting, Sarah Stevenson from NOAA Fisheries gave a presentation on what is the matrix. And the matrix is basically, it includes the species that we're managing, and the data that we have available on those species that mostly come from the data triage that the Science Center has been developing during these past years. And many other things of information that is available for the species, but also is an evaluation and a presentation for criteria that the council used to decide what stocks were going to be managed under the current FMPs, but also using the guidance from the Magnuson-Stevens Act, from the national standards. What are the criteria that we need to follow, the council needs to follow to determine if a particular species is in need of conservation and management? So the idea here would be for the council to look at different criteria, perhaps if they're interested, that could be used to, again, maximize management efficiency. If there are species that could be removed from management because perhaps they are not covered under any of those criteria, if there are species that are not targeted directly on a fishery, that it could perhaps be moved to an ecosystem component species under the FNPs. Because of the role they have in the ecosystem, meaning that these species are not going to be directly managed, like, for example, with annual catch limits or accountability measures, but they will be included in the plan for basically keeping an eye on them and taking some actions to protect their role in the ecosystem. So Sarah Stevenson will be providing at this meeting a discussion on some of those preliminary options. They were able, as you know, we were the federal government was closed during 6 weeks. So there's some things that we wanted to accomplish during this month after the August meeting. However, we were able to have some discussions, and this is what we're going to be talking about today with you, trying to get input from the council. And then after that, the plan is for the working group to work on refining those options. And again, also similar to the accountability measures for pelagics, just bringing the idea, if the council is agreeable to that, review options paper during April meeting. The next topic is the CEDAR 91 spiny lobster. This is the assessments, update assessments that were done for spiny lobster in St. Croix and in St. Thomas and St. John. Why? Because their assessment were updated, and ultimately it will result in a revision of the ACLs for the spiny lobster in both of those islands. So in August 2025, in the period around that time, there was the council received an update on where we were on the CEDAR 91, and there was a motion that was passed by the council to develop amendments, of course, pending the SSC review that was going to happen in September. So that SSC review happened in September, and the SSC accepted the CEDAR 91 for each one of the islands of adequate for giving management advice and best available science. So during this council meeting, the SSC will discuss their recommendations. The council will be selecting their P-stars, their probabilities for their uncertainty, and then they can also choose to provide options for the staff to work with and include in an amendment in a framework action for developing ACLs, of course, if the council votes to accept the recommendation from the SSC for the acceptable biological catch. So the plan would be, if the council passes a motion to do that, then staff can begin work on a framework action or to implement this new ACLs that would come from this assessment. And then the idea will be in April 2026 for the council to select preferred alternatives, and we'll moving forward. We'll talk about CEDAR 91 for spiny lobster in the next slide for Puerto Rico. So CEDAR 84, which is yellowtail snapper in Puerto Rico and in St. Thomas, St. John, and for stoplight fairfish in St. Croix. This is why, because there were stock assessments for this species, and ultimately will result, if accepted, in a revision of the ACLs for all these species in the specific islands. So during the period of August meeting, around the August meetings, there was a review panel, and there was also an overview report that was provided at that time. The SSC had a preliminary review, and there's some actions that the Science Center will did, I believe, and Kevin McCarty from the Science Center will be providing some information about this in his participation later this morning. So the idea for this one, as I said in December in this meeting, is we're gonna get those updates on where the process is with regards to these assessments. And then as you can see, I don't have anything listed in here for the next months because that will be depending on the guidance that is provided by the Science Center and the SSC during their discussion. Okay, next slide. Okay, CEDAR 91 for spiny lobster for Puerto Rico. During the August meeting, there was a motion to develop the amendments, of course, pending revision of CEDAR 91 and their outcomes. There were some concerns that were raised by and this is a summary of what was discussed during the past meeting, but the Puerto Rico DNER about the assessment, and there were some recommendations that were made to the Science Center to include some additional information regarding to some fishery-dependent information in the assessment. So right now, the staff of the Science Center is working with the Puerto Rico DNER and to incorporate the information that was requested. So during this meeting, we're gonna get an update from the Science Center on those revisions. And also this is going to be pending, CEDAR 81 is pending a review from the SSC, and then we'll be informed during the SSC participation in this meeting as to when that will happen, if the council has to schedule that meeting. So we'll get more information about that. And as you can see, those for the rest of the year, at least until April, it's in blank because we're going to be filling those out depending on the guidance provided by the council. Okay, and then the next slide, sorry. The next topic is revision of accountability measures for, we're good. Puerto Rico spiny lobster. Again, this is something that the council we discussed during the past council meeting that is gonna be also pending the outcomes from this CEDAR 91. So it's kind of on hold until this process that is all related comes through. Okay, so lastly, I wanted to bring to the council's attention a prioritized list of actions to NIMS on EO 14276. This is something that the council will be discussing later, I believe tomorrow. There was a list of priorities that were provided to NOAA fisheries that the council will like to focus on. So some of the items the topics that the council discussed that could be prioritized that the council could start working on if could be, for example, revising incompatible regulations between territorial and federal waters. There's some work that has been ongoing. For example, the U.S. Virgin Islands have reviewed some of their regulations, and Nicole, correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding as you also incorporated the minimum size limit for the yellowtail snapper. That is compatible with federal waters. We have that 12-inch size limit on the yellowtail snapper. And the U.S. Virgin Islands also prohibited the harvest of the sea cucumber, sea urchins, or is that on the works? That's on the works, sorry. So that's something on the works. So the good thing about this is that this is things that we have been working on the U.S. Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico. They have been working for some time identifying those regulations that are incompatible, right? And we still have to do at the federal level, we already identified some of those regulations. So one suggestion for the council will be to look at some of these regulations that are not compatible at our side and see if there's anything that the council would like to pursue that the staff and guide staff task staff to begin working on. So I believe there's a list of regulations that maybe we can share with you, council members, to see if there's anything that you would like us to start pursuing during 2026, and maybe we can go back to that tomorrow. I want to thank you, the U.S. Virgin Islands, for being so proactive in revising regulations and discussing with us. Thank you very much. So the plan for this one is when when ready and when there's availability, because I know that this at the end of the year, it's kind of there's a lot going on, right? Where we can continue these discussions to see what are the needs, additional needs for making changes to the regulations, so we can bring that to the council's attention. Okay, so the other thing that the council discussed is a revision of duplicative regulations in federal waters. There's another item that we can suggest the council to take a look at what specific actions they would like to pursue, that they can task staff to start looking into. For example, if there were talks about perhaps duplication of seasonal closures with some area closures, or some regulations that may not be that may be duplicated. There may be something else that it's already addressing that. So we can certainly have some more discussions, but if there's things that maybe can be done quicker, that will be something that we could be looking into as well as part of these priorities. There was also some talk about exploring carryover of unused ACLs, and this is a topic that we can certainly talk about in the future and explore a little bit more the feasibility of this for particular situations here in the Caribbean. That's something that we can take a look at. There's also CDAR 103. CDAR 103 is the AU's Caribbean application of alternative assessment methods. And this is something that the Science Center is going to be leading on 2026. And they're looking for alternative assessment approaches, and that could end up being more efficient and a little bit better for the type of data that we have in our fisheries. That's something that was also included as a priority, and it's ongoing. And then the idea here will also be for the council to provide input on other things that they will like to pursue. Not necessarily that they may be all included at this point under that list of priorities for NOAA fisheries, for maybe thinking about some specific actions that the council would like to pursue in 2026. And then, as we have done during the past council meetings, during tomorrow, perhaps at the end of the day, the council can come with a revised list of priorities so that for the staff can focus on. Okay, I think this is all I have. There's going to be discussions for the AM for the pelagics later on, the matrix later on, and then all of the information about the CDARs later on today. And I believe this duplicative regulations or incompatible regulations or other list of actions that were included in the in the response to NOAA fisheries will be discussed tomorrow. So this concludes my my update. If you have any questions, I will be happy to address them.
Thank you, Maria. Graciela?
So this is not a question, Mr. Chair, but in addition to everything that Maria presented, the council also needs to be thinking about the essential fish habitat 5-year review. The island-based FMP started the clock, so we put everything that we knew about the new species in there, but the review has to be done every 5 years. So 2026 begins the clock to meet the deadline of 2027. The EFH review, it's for the council, it's funding dependent. So we are preparing a budget to see, where we will be seeking that funding to come to the council for a contract for the update of the essential fish habitat for all the species under management. Now, since you are discussing the matrix and you are discussing CDAR 103, that might change the number of species that we have to deal with in terms of reviewing the EFH. So, considering all the pieces of the puzzle put together, but we need to start thinking about where funding will be available to do the EFH review. Thank you.
Miguel?
Thank you, Graciela, for that note. Graciela and I have been talking about the experience before. Every 5 years we had to do this, and it costs around $150,000 or more, and we don't have a penny for that. However, by law, we are required to have that assessment every 5 years. So we will write a note somehow after this meeting to the appropriate people and see if we can secure some extra funding to comply with that requirement. And as Maria mentioned, when we talk about duplicative species that we want to reduce the number, although we have to do it anyway, it will be, as she mentioned, and this is important to set it for the record, part of the compliance with the order 14276. So tomorrow, between here and tomorrow, if you have any question for Maria or Graciela, this is the time so we can leave this meeting with an order of priorities that the council would like to pursue in 2026. And remember, we cannot do everything at the same time, but that priority list is very important so the staff can then address those with the appropriate people and time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions for Maria? I have one. How when you mentioned about compatibility discussions, are we going to start this hopefully in 26? Is that what we're saying, or?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the thing with the compatibility is that it's a list of regulations that may not be compatible, right, between either, you know, on our side, federal with the state or vice versa, right? And so we could start, the council will, if there's any specific actions under this list of things that are not compatible that the council would like to start working on, that can certainly be included as a priority for 2026.
So I know that our fisheries committee worked with Sinai quite extensively on prioritizing that listing of what we thought were the easy ones. Some are more challenging, and so I don't know, Sinai, how can we jumpstart this process? I know that we did that list at the FAC and we prioritized it from 1 to whatever it was, 1 to 4, whatever.
You're talking about the compatible regulations?
Right, right.
Then we're already doing it. There's no jump starting. It takes time, right? So we've already identified the ones that you, both FACs, have prioritized. I've already identified the most expedient route to getting them put into legislation, whether it be through a commissioner declaration, or it needs to go to a change to the VI code, or it needs to be something that we can pass through other regulations that we're doing through promulgation at the executive level. All of those are in process. We're choosing to move forward first with the ones that can be done through commissioner declaration.
Right.
And as we get them drafted, we bring them to you for review with the FACs.
Okay.
And then we move forward to process on them. The federal ones, those we've set the list with also your recommendations to NIMS Zero. Maria is reviewing those. I think as time goes forward, they will be brought to the council for review if there are ways that those regulations can be managed. To my knowledge, there were maybe only 2 or 3 that require, there are 2 that require federal action. So I think they're reviewing those now to see what the process would be for them.
So it's like what we just did with the yellowtail and what we're doing with the sea urchins, cucumbers, blah, blah.
Correct.
Okay.
That is the process we're going through currently.
Okay. Okay, I got Andy and then Heather.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Good to see everyone. Sorry I can't be there in person. 2 things with regard to the priorities. I couldn't hear Sinai, but certainly we want to work with the USVI in Puerto Rico on alignment of compatible regulations. And I think this will go nicely with the work we're doing on the matrix and determining what species are in need of conservation and federal management. And so looking at obviously the regulations for consistency, but also in alignment with what the territories are doing to manage various species relative to federal fisheries. And then in terms of the comments about the 5-year review, we'll have to look obviously at kind of our requirements for 5-year reviews. I will say, given the reductions in staffing within the government, conversations we've been having across our entire habitat program is that 5-year reviews would be deemed lower priority for work. And so I think we would want to go back and look carefully at kind of what was done 5 years ago, whether or not that could be kind of sufficient moving forward, and whether there's a need to conduct that 5-year review imminently versus kind of delaying that over a longer period of time, just given resourcing issues like Miguel talked about. Thanks.
Thank you, Andy. Heather?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Andy covered some of what I was going to bring up. I'm hoping that tomorrow during the EO discussion, we can look more fully at the list that Graciela had circulated, the list the council has submitted to NEMS, and take a little bit of time to prioritize those. There are a lot of actions on there, and then maybe drill down into some of them, like the duplicative regulations, compatibility, and those issues that seem to continue to rise to the top of the pile, and see if we can add a little bit more detail and structure around what those could look like.
Tonight.
So this is a different comment, but I just wanted to go back to the prioritized list of actions on the EO 14276. I would really like to see the council try and coincide additional things that we're doing regarding, if we move forward with the list of actions, can we please take a look at the strategic plan and the priorities that we've identified and see how the things that we've said are priorities going forward to 2026 coincide with these list of actions, and identify the things that we say are the most important things that we want to do and how they align with these list of actions that we're moving forward. Otherwise, what we're continually doing is identifying more and more priorities with more and more dwindling resources, and it makes it impossible for us to get anything done other than say we're going to do something. And so I think it's really important that if we identify things that we're moving towards, they fit into the strategic plan that we've already identified, or we don't do it, because otherwise nothing gets done.
Julian?
Yeah, Julian McGrath for the record. So listen to this compatibility discussion here from our earlier conversation that we had, Miguel. 2026 DAP meetings. I would like to request from now that if we can see a presentation from both the federal and local government, what we're working on, so we can have a discussion with our teams. I think it would clear the air instead of a surprise being out there. I know a lot of us played part of the local discussion a few years back with Sinai and Dr. Angeli and her team, but it would be good to see exactly what's actually taking place right now, so we could all have an idea, and maybe we might have a little extra input that we would like to suggest. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Julian. Just to clarify, your request is to provide, like, for example, a list of all those regulations that are incompatible? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, from what is compatible
Yeah.
and what we're looking at
Yes,
doing compatible.
what needs to be done.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, we can certainly put that together. It was kind of the plan. Obviously, we were not able to accomplish many of the things that we wanted to bring for this meeting due to lapse in, because we, due to the furlough, but that's the plan, absolutely, because we want the council to take a look at these regulations and maybe make some decisions as to what they would like to be staff to start looking into for presentations. So we'll definitely put something together as soon as possible and share it. Thank you for that.
Sure.
Yeah, so I'm sure for any federal ones that will come through review at the council. And so that will be presented as any rule changes or regulations that are promulgated. From the territorial side, let me know the next time you have a DAP meeting, either on St. Thomas or St. Croix, and I will happily come and give you a presentation on that.
Maria?
And just to, perhaps close the topic, at least on my end, just to remind, yes, like Sinai said, any need for any changes to our regulations will go through the normal process, through the council process, discussion, the council voting. There's a document that will be prepared with that will evaluate all the environmental effects that any action the council would like to pursue would have on the economy, on the social environment, on the biology of any of the species that will be affected, the physical environment, etc. So just go through a regular amendment process, and then the council will. This is something that will come from the actual council. So there's plenty of opportunities to comment, and of course, they're not all regulations or regulations that were put in place for a reason, of course, all of them. So there needs to be an evaluation about the need for revising those regulations more than just to be compatible, right? There has to be an evaluation on what is the need for making that change, and it has to make sense for everybody. Just wanted to clarify that.
Graciela?
So on that note, two things. One, we will request from the local governments, as soon as you have the proclamation of the commissioner or the regulation that's made it into the books, to send it to us. We do have the newspaper articles where it says that yellowtail will have a size limit, so we do request that so that the comparison can be made law to law rather than the information that's available. And secondly, that there are two things. One, that's enforcement, and the other one is the science center and the need for the monitoring of the regulations that we put in place. So if we're thinking about compatibility from the shore to the 200 nautical miles, then you need to think in terms of the monitoring of these regulations to see if they're working or not, if we need to change them, and secondly, the enforcement of those regulations that will become part of the fisher's daily life. So those two things, do have to come hand in hand when we're talking about that topic, compatibility or duplicity of regulations. Thank you.
Heather? Oh, I'll wait.
Okay, I was just going to speak to Sinai's point about the strategic plan, wondering if there's, if it's possible to share that before the EO 12476 prioritization conversation tomorrow.
We have the 5-year strategic plan.
Yeah,
Yeah, we can share that.
might be helpful to do that
Yeah.
crosswalk if we are trying to prioritize.
Great.
Okay, thanks.
Tonight?
Just so everyone aware, it's publicly available on the website.
Yeah.
Everything's on there. So if you just go to the CFMC, anyone can just look up the strategic plan.
Graciela?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a couple of things. So they are available. It's available in our website, but I'll send a copy around. And secondly, it's not only what's in the strategic plan, but it's also what the SSC considers and has made recommendations to the council of things that we need to pursue in order to really assess or really have a good handle on what we're doing. So those recommendations come forth, from the CDAR process to the SSC, from the SSC to the council. So we do have, it's not only one place that we grab this information from. It's talking to the regional office, talking to the science center for the one commonality that we have, and that's to, make sure that we have sustainable fisheries in the U.S. Caribbean. So it's the SSC already, kind of gave us their blessing in terms of what's there. It covers most everything that we've been talking about for a long time. So and they are ranked in the letter that was sent to the to Mr. Piñeiro. So we need to, and as Maria said, and Heather and Sinai, we need to really narrow it down in terms of the work that the staff can do, and the staff from the regional office and the staff from the science center can actually do to provide you with the outcome, a successful outcome. And in addition to that, we do have to keep a timeline that is required for the amendments and the framework approach to changing management, et cetera. So it's many places where we have to look at. So we try to do that with that table that we provided. So I'll leave that as is right now. Thank you.
Okay, I just wanted to mention because I just want a little clarity. Sinai, when the FAC sat down on St. Croix and prioritized a list for compatible, what we want to go ahead and accept as what's going on in federal waters, and we submitted what we would learn the feds, which is only a few for two, okay, for, I think, recreational harvest for Queen Conch is one of them or something like that, because they got 3, we got 6. So what Julian was saying, so that list that we did, is that the list that Julian wants the DAP to review? Is that what we're talking about? Okay.
So what a question, the 5-year strategic plan ends 2026. And along with the other plan that we mentioned before, Sunset Fish Habitat, this strategic plan could be amended. But we don't need to do that. Actually, the idea of that strategic plan was to focus on the things that the council could do. So 2026 is is important time where we're gonna address the strategic plan and the concerns that we have, and the modification that we need to have in the strategic plan. Also, we need to continue it for another 5 years. It's just a matter of changing the dates and update what needed to be updated, and we will have a viable strategic plan for the next 5 years.
When it comes to the executive order, the DAPs submitted their input as to what they felt should be managed and what should be put in a ecosystem-based plan. But those species are going to be separated, still be managed, right? They're not just put aside and not managed. They're still managed under ecosystem. Yeah.
Maria, you want to go?
Thank you, Miguel. So the recommendations that the DAP made on the species that they would like to keep or move, that will be part of the process that NIMS is taking that NIMS and the council are currently discussing to the matrix. There is a process that has to be followed. Some of those species may fall under those criteria. So that's for evaluation. Of course, all the input that is provided by the DAPs, all the input that is provided in the public comments that come from here, that's everything like that, it will be incorporated into the process, right? But as Sarah will discuss when she does her presentation later today, there's criteria that the same way that we did it to decide what we're currently managing, we have to follow those criteria to make that decision as to what species are in need of conservation and management. So the question for the council would be, what criteria from those things from that guidance that is provided by the national standards, what criteria would you like to use to refine your list of species that you are managing right now and to move, right? So I think the input that is provided by the DAP can be part, and it's expected to be part of those discussions that the council will be having. But there's a process that needs to be followed, and that's what Sarah has been working on, and that what she will be presented.
Miguel?
We also need to separate 14276 from what we're doing. Without the 14276, we still have to do that. Actually, we started some years ago. So we are lucky that they asked for the same thing that we are doing now. Meaning that the actions that the council are taking now are our response to the directive that we received from the National Marine Fisheries Service. We cannot move any of the species without modifying the management plan. And in order for you to modify a management plan, it takes about 1 year to 3 years. And that's something that we have to keep in mind. For the DAPs, they already engaged on this discussion on July, but we are going to address that at each one of the DAPs and of course the SSC and the DAP at the same time. Meaning that after December 15, we might have some other directive from National Marine Fisheries Service regarding the compliance with 14276. But whatever they tell us to do or everything is a little bit separate from the work that we have been doing now. The key will be to follow the CIRO and council staff. The presentation from Sarah tomorrow, you will see where are we and the things that we need to do. Maria, from this council meeting, do we need to give some guidance, take some action, or just give an idea of where we want to go, and then for the following meeting, we take more action? In other words, do we need definite answer from the council at this time?
Are you referring to the process for determining the need of conservation of species? No. So when we do the presentation a little bit later, we go some of the draft options. The idea would be for the council to provide input as to where do they want to be moving to, like in terms of the criteria, new criteria that that could be proposed. And then the idea will be for staff, the IPT, to work on those options and refine the options, and for the April meeting, bring a draft options paper. So we are very early in the process here. But thank you for the question.
So, Mr. Chairman, that's the key to this meeting. We don't expect definite answer, but we want to inform the council where are we, and also to hear from the council if we need to address any concerns you may have at this time. And then by the April meeting, you will have this option paper. Remember, the option paper is nothing but a compilation of the information that we have. And then you have to determine the next steps. Remember, for any modification of the management plan, you have to schedule public hearing, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just to provide a little bit more information about the process, so when the draft options paper is brought to the council for their discussion, and then the council decide, okay, so there are going to be options in there that you may not even want to pursue, and that's the kind of guidance that you will give to the staff. And there's options in there that's like, okay, I think staff can go ahead and evaluate these options, and then the staff will start looking into evaluating in terms of effects of each one of the proposed options that are in there, and then next time they come to the council meeting, and then basically they will become alternatives that will be evaluated. And then as you have seen in the past, we typically bring the options and we said, okay, so these are the pros of this action, of this alternative, these are the cons, these are the summary of the effects that would be expected, for the economy, for the environment, et cetera, all of those things, with the idea that the council can make an informed decision as to what would be their preferred route. And then after that, let's say that the council is ready to make a decision as to what will be the preferred alternative. And then, it goes back to the drawing table. And then the council can later vote to submit the amendment to NIMS for approval, and then start working on the regulations. That will be NOAA Fisheries working on the regulations. And then Heather has some additional comments that she would like to say.
Heather?
Thank you, Heather Blau here. It will be important at this meeting to hear from folks about, help us vet and refine the draft options that Sarah's going to present. We will be applying the criteria that we're presenting to you today between now and the April meeting to the stocks in the plan to see how it shakes out. If we use the criteria that we talk about today and that you guys provide input on, then which species would move to the ecosystem component category, which might be removed from the plan. We can bring that back at the April meeting, and then we have the opportunity to make some more qualitative decisions based on input from the DAPS, the council, as to, you know, are there outcomes that don't make sense that we might want to tweak or refine in between that meeting and the next when we go to the public hearing draft. So the discussion today will be important just in helping us to make sure that the criteria we're looking at do make sense for considering if we want to move something into a different category or take it out of the plan altogether.
Yeah, and it's important to mention now, when we discussed it with Andy Strachek, Graciela, Carlos and I, we were talking about the possibility of a need for having an interim meeting, a virtual meeting of one day in between today, this meeting and April. But it seems that with all the work that we need to do, probably that meeting is not needed at this time. So the next meeting will be in April, and you will hear, you will receive the information that was outlined by Graciela and Maria.
Okay, any more discussion? Quick 10-minute break. Okay, we're gonna get going again. Okay, back to the agenda. So next on the agenda is the Southeast Fishery Science Center updates with Kevin McCarthy. Kevin, the floor.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to share my screen. And are you able to see presentation mode?
Yes.
Terrific. All right. Well, good morning, everybody. I wish I could be there with you, but I have to attend virtually on this meeting. I'm going to present with some help from Kate Overly, a contractor at our Panama City lab, the update for the Science Center. We're going to cover three general topics. I'll give you updates on CDARS 84, 91, and 103. We'll talk some about collaborative projects with our partners in the Caribbean, and then finish up with a social science project overview. So we'll start with stock assessments. CDAR 84, as you all know, is yellowtail snapper in Puerto Rico and St. Thomas, St. John, and stoplight parrotfish in St. Croix. We were scheduled for a review with the SSC in November, obviously postponed due to the lapse in funding. This assessment has gone through review with the Center for Independent Experts as well as SSC. Some of the SSC were on that workshop, that review workshop. All of those reports have been released to the public. You can access them at the CDAR website shown here, cedarweb.org. We have some additional model runs that were recommended for Puerto Rico by the SSC in the September meeting. Those will be explored for SSC review, hopefully in what we'd like to do is do that in the spring of 2026. So the Virgin Islands models are complete and will be reviewed as they stand. The Puerto Rico models will have those updated inputs and will include data through 2024. The CDAR 84 terminal year had been 2022. That's getting a little stale now. So we'll update the data inputs through 2024, present those to the SSC in the spring. Similarly, CDAR 91, all the assessment reports are again at the CDAR website. The Virgin Islands assessments were reviewed by the SSC in September. You'll all be discussing that more later in this meeting. They were accepted as best available science and recommended to be used to inform management decisions. The SSC review of the Puerto Rico assessment, also scheduled for November, again postponed. We'll get back to that one in the spring. There are some recommendations that were made by the SSC for the Puerto Rico model for some sensitivity model runs. And we'll also update those data through 2024. The terminal year for that assessment was 2023, so we'll add that additional year. Moving on to CDR 103, just for everyone's recollection, this is the using alternate assessment methods and reviewing those. This is a very technical workshop. It's different from our normal CDRs. We're not focused on a single species. We're not focused on moving through that single species with a stock assessment. What we want to do is review and recommend multiple options, alternative approaches to provide scientific advice to the managers. Those approaches may differ among species and species groups, but the goal is to have an analytical approach for every federally managed species in the U.S. Caribbean. Now, the answer may be there aren't enough data to do much, but we want to have approaches for every species that have sufficient data, and some of them may be wrapped up in ecosystem level things. Others may use very data limited approaches. That's the goal. So I think it can fundamentally change the way we are doing business in terms of our stock assessments and providing scientific advice for management. And you can see here that the organizing committee included council staff, SSC members, folks from the Science Center, from CMIS, and from CDAR, CMIS being the Cooperative Institute at the University of Miami. So we had to change up the schedule a bit. We'd finished the terms of reference in the schedule. We'd had all the workshop appointments, all the people who were going to participate, and we had the shutdown. So we missed 2 of these webinars. So we've moved our scoping webinar, which is when we'll discuss the terms of reference with all the participants, discuss the scope of work, talk about what a working paper needs to look like, have some reference documents for them to review. That will happen sometime during the week of January 12th. Our data webinar is then, of course, pushed back. So we'll have a series of data webinars. The goal there is to discuss the data before an in-person workshop so that we can focus on the analytical methods at that workshop and we'll have already covered the data. So that's now pushed back to February. We'll have several more data webinars, one during the week of March 23rd, the one in April. That week has yet to be determined. The same with a final data webinar, which will also wrap up with a pre-workshop discussion. That's in May. We'll have the working papers from everyone due in either May or June, and that's dependent upon when this last thing here, the in-person method development workshop, happens. That was scheduled to be the end of April, but it's now pushed back to summer. We have sent out a doodle poll to participants with options in June, July, and August. So we'll see when everybody can attend. That's a tough time for a lot of people. It's field season. Folks are unavailable because they're out on the water doing surveys and such. So we'll see when that happens and adjust that working paper submission. Maybe we've got time for another data webinar if necessary, but we'll see how that plays out. After this workshop, and I'm not going to show another slide of this, after this workshop, we will have another series of webinars, because what we'll do at the workshop is determine the best approaches to move forward with, and then folks will go back and start those analyses or continue those analyses, and we'll have a later, after another series of webinars to review that work, we'll have another in-person review workshop. Probably won't involve all the participants, But those dates are still very much up in the air, dependent upon this first in-person workshop. So now I'm going to turn the mic over to Kate. And Kate, just let me know when you would like me to advance the slide.
Thanks, Kevin. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Uh-oh. Okay. Great. Good morning, everyone. So I'm going to be providing an update on the Puerto Rico Reef Fish Survey. And just those that aren't familiar, if there's anyone on the call, this has been an ongoing project since about 2017, 2018. Next slide, Kevin. So a little bit of project overview again, just in case there's any folks that aren't familiar with it. But we developed a collaborative fishery independence survey that we have since implemented island-wide in Puerto Rico. Historically, it's been from 50 to 450 meters, but we are now expanding that into shallow water as well, which I'll go into in a little bit more detail. But that's going to be from 20 meters now. So we have a 20 to 50 meter depth bend too. But that is hook and line fishing predominantly, although we are expanding that as well. And then the survey itself has stratified random sampling. So we have 7 depth bins and 3 rugosity bins that go into that site selection. And really the main goal, so it's a collaborative survey. So we have a full team in Puerto Rico of fishers, scientists, and observers that help us to get this work completed. And the main goal is to generate indices of abundance and size structure for those commercially important snapper and grouper species. So a lot of those deep water ones are on the right-hand side of the slide there, but obviously we are expanding into shallow water. So we do expect to add a few more species, hopefully in the coming years. But this survey, not only does it generate, those indices of abundance and size structure for stock assessment and management, but it generates a lot of other data as well. So, we can get diversity indices, spatial distributions of these species, as well as biological samples. We do a lot of life history sampling for collaborative age growth, reproduction, population connectivity, and adding tissues to genetic databases. So there's a lot of work that goes into this project. Next slide. So the team, we have some recent results here. We were able to implement that full island-wide sampling, which we've been doing for a couple of years now, but that map on the right, so they were able to complete 200 stations this spring, and you can see that island-wide. Those are red points, I believe. So yeah, you can kind of see that full spatial distribution. In addition to that CPUE data and that length composition data that the survey generates, we also obviously collect those biological samples. So we have a current project that's led by Dr. Virginia Chevette out of the University of South Carolina, Aiken. So we are supplying silk and queen snapper life history samples for age growth and reproduction studies to her, as well as the Puerto Rico DNER and some of our NOAA collaborators as well with some other species. And then the last bullet on the slide here, so we were able to present at the National AFS, this would have been fall of 2024, some of the key results from this survey. So we've worked really hard on optimizing the survey design. So all of the work that we've put into that, we see a 55% for silk and a 70% for queen reduction in effort and thus funds with all of this optimization. So I talked about that stratified random sampling. So that kind of optimization for that has gotten us this reduction. And at that same time, we ran the coefficient of variation, the CVs for both queen and silk. So for queen, we got a 23% CV and 13% for silk. And obviously since then, this was 2024, we have a few field years of sampling. So we'll be updating that really soon, actually. Kevin, if you can go to the next slide, please. I'll jump down to the third bullet, but we do have a manuscript in prep on that survey universe design. So those 2 last bullets on the last slide will be going into a manuscript. And we'll be updating those CVs with the more recent years as well. But we were able to begin our sampling again. So the team is actually currently sampling this month and has been sampling since prior to the shutdown. So we have 270 stations that the team is getting island-wide. And I mentioned, historically that's been in deep water. So we had that 50 to 450 meter depth bin. But we were able, with leveraged IRA funding, to expand into that shallow water bin. So the team is also now deploying hook and line gear from 20 to 50 meters. And that is really just allowing us to have overlap with the other shallow water surveys that occur in the area. With that, if we jump down to that bottom bullet there, so we're really excited about this, and it goes kind of hand in hand with that shallow water sampling that we're doing. But we received $300K in leverage funds through the EASA funding source, and that'll span over the next 3 to 5 years. And it's partially funding the internal development of our final stereo-baited remote underwater video system. So if you're familiar with this project and all the work we've done a lot of R&D on camera systems. So there was not an off-the-shelf product, that went down to 450 meters where we could see fish and not bias the response to the lights. It had to be compact and lightweight and easily deployable, all for a low cost. So that's a lot of big ticket items for a camera system. And so we are in the final development of that this spring. We will be building the final model and then deploying it this summer and testing it. So the goal is to have this standardized system, so we're not changing, our cameras year after year after year. We have a set camera system that we are not going to continue modifying. So this final setup will have back-to-back facing stereo video cameras, so we'll still be able to generate that length composition data. And then we've done a lot of research with our counterparts in the Pacific Islands on what wavelengths to use for the lights. And we're settling in and about like an amber to red-orange wavelength, so as not to bias the fish response with white light. And then kind of in hand with that with that development of the system is that AI/ML pipeline, so artificial intelligence and machine learning pipeline that we will be developing as well for the video reading. So it takes a lot of time to basically read these videos. So something we're doing with our branch in the Gulf is developing a program and algorithms that will assist us with this video reading for identifying these species. So we're leveraging some of the algorithm and what we've been doing in the Gulf into this work in the Caribbean as well. And then also gear comparison studies between the cameras that we're developing, the hook and line gear, and the diver sampling through NCREMP. So looking at that overlap between those systems, and then from there, a full-scale calibration survey across all of those methods. So the team is quite busy. It's kind of a big update. We have a lot of really, really exciting things taking place that will propel this survey forward, and we'll be able to, increase the optimization of the survey and introduce some new methods that should be really helpful. I think that's it, Kevin, for me.
Any questions so far? Oh, Heather.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Heather Blau. So thank you, Kevin and Kate, for that great presentation. It's great to see the cooperative research that's going on. I'm just wondering, has the council had any conversations about how we can integrate the data that's coming out of that into management? Like, is the plan to incorporate that data into the CDAR 103 process? Is there any opportunity to use some of the results in looking at the interest in revisiting some of the current regulations that might be outdated or redundant? Or is it so early in the process that we haven't yet thought that through?
Graciela here. So a couple of things. One, we will probably be looking at all that information in CDAR 103. Second, we do have additional data points that maybe could be included in this. This comes from the Atlas and Inventory of 2005 that the council did through the Coral Reef Conservation Grant Program. So everything up to that date, it's included there, including a CPUE for the deepwater snappers. So all the research that had been done to that point, it's included in there. I don't know if they already have it in the database. It should be in the Oracle database that the Science Center had put together. And third, We do have a Coral Reef Conservation Program grant also who provided data on the water column characteristics and is also some additional information on the deepwater habitats. And lastly, there is, and I don't know if we've actually mined that database, the Nautilus, Oceanus Explorer, and other missions that NOAA has had in the area after 2005. And those probably also provide information for the deepwater snapper group. I don't know in the CEDAR 103, we're going to be so specific about, we're talking about deep water ecosystems versus the shallower areas that have much more data over the years. So that's something that 103 would have to discuss and determine what they're going to do, or if they're thinking about doing the whole ecosystem as, shallow to deep with that changes in the species that are encountered at each of those. I did talk to Nelson earlier today, and one of the things that we are also doing is that the IRA funding, and you'll hear about it this afternoon, it's looking at the variability in some of the parameters for the species of interest to the council, and that includes some of the deepwater species. So that should be coming into the picture also for CEDA 103. The IRA funding doesn't have any no-cost extension, so most of the heavy work should have been done by the time CEDAR 103 meets. But the information that they have is that 2025, apparently for the deepwater snapper fishery, was a really bad year. So now we're not talking only about the profile of the water column, but we're also talking about the exchange of the water masses, the Sargasso 18-degree water that comes into the Mona Channel and all that information. So I'm hoping that we will take all of this into consideration when we come to the table and really begin looking at 103, CEDAR 103. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thanks, Graciela.
Okay, I have a couple hands up there. I think Andy and Kevin. Andy? Kevin. Kevin.
Kevin, we cannot hear you.
Oh, sorry. Couldn't hear you. So I've still got slides to go. The presentation isn't complete. Are you still seeing my screen?
No. So we'll go back to
Okay, so somehow we got disconnected there. We're only halfway through. And I didn't know that you couldn't hear or see. So sorry for that.
Sorry, Kevin, can you reshare your screen?
Yep, I'm going to do that now, and we'll keep going. And I can get back to the CEDAR 103 questions as well. So sharing my screen again. And putting it into presentation mode. All right, everybody hear me still?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So this is where we left off. And I was saying that I've been involved in some of these projects, but not all of them. So if I misspeak and misrepresent, that's entirely on me and not the fault of the folks doing actual work. But I am involved in this Puerto Rico recreational port sampling. This is collaborative work between Puerto Rico DRNA and the Science Center. The project is in the 7th round of 8 weeks of periods of sampling. So we'll do an 8-week round, 8-week period of sampling, analyze the data, modify the survey design, and get the samplers back out for another 8-week round. So we're in the middle of the 7th one of those. So right now we've got 2 port samplers. Each are sampling 4 times a week. Again, this is recreational sampling. 175 trips have been sampled, and they've seen 65 different species. And as I said, with each round, we continue to work on the survey design and the stratification of the sampling. We've also got a Puerto Rico lobster survey. This is a trap survey. We've talked about this one in the past. Working with Puerto Rico fishers in a collaborative project, along with a local contracting company, scientific company. We've got an initial year of sampling that'll begin this winter. We're starting now with a paired trap design. This sampling is really to get at what are the animals that are going to recruit into the fishery in the next year or so as they grow large enough to be harvested. So this paired trap design has a trap that's sort of a standard. We've standardized all this with the help of the fishermen. And we've got a design that one trap is meant to fish as a normal trap would, and the other one will catch the smaller lobsters and retain them. So anyway, that's ongoing. Kate mentioned the NCREMP survey, the National Coral Reef Monitoring Program. This is the dive survey. In 2025, they were able to sample in Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands. This is the shallow water survey because it's a dive survey, so they can get down to about 30 meters. 268 sites in St. Croix, 266 in St. Thomas St. John, and 231 in Puerto Rico this year. Those data will be quality controlled and made publicly available for inclusion in any sort of future analyses, including reef fish stock assessments. That should be done by the spring of 2026. They're also planning a meeting of all fishery independent spiny lobster programs. So these are dive programs like CMAP-C, NCREMP, of course, and the National Park Service does a dive survey for lobster. And basically, it's to better coordinate those surveys, make sure that the methods are standardized. They're not duplicating effort. They're maximizing their resources. Queen Conch surveys have been ongoing since 2023. These St. Thomas St. John, the survey occurred in 2023. 2024 was St. Croix. 2025 was meant to be Puerto Rico. They ran into a little bit of trouble with postponements, with contracting delays, and then ran into the end of the year, and the contracts were not yet in place. So they're looking for carryover money. Hopefully those funds will become available again and in this year, and we'll be able to complete those surveys during 2026. They're also doing genetics work. They've got sequencing and bioinformatic analyses of samples that they've collected in the Florida Keys, Dry Tortugas, Virgin Islands, and Puerto Rico. That work is nearly complete. They've collected additional samples in British Virgin Islands, Saba, Bermuda, Tobago, and Grand Cayman, and they're working to get samples from Turks and Caicos, Barbados, and Belize in the coming year. That will give them a pretty broad array of samples across the greater Caribbean, which will be really nice to have. And so that work is continuing. There is a lot of interest in aquaculture. We know there'll be more discussions about that later in this meeting. But with the University of Puerto Rico, there is renewed interest with the hiring of a new professor. And that may provide a possibility of collaboration with Science Center scientists. It could include things like rearing red hind or yellowtail snapper juveniles for heat stress experiments, and also rearing spiny lobster juveniles to determine molt frequency and growth rates, maybe some heat stress experiments with those too. This would be perhaps paired up with our trap survey to help us design that recruit survey from the traps combined with these growth rates, and we can get a really nice index of recruitment to the fishery, I think. Finally, we've got social science projects that are ongoing. In St. Croix, this is the oral history work that SSRG, the Social Science Research Group at the Science Center, has been doing. Those interviews occurred in September in St. Croix. They completed 9 interviews and collecting others via Zoom meetups. They're collecting additional oral histories in Puerto Rico in 2025. So I guess that work will be here in December. You can access the St. Thomas oral histories on what's called the Voices database. I've got a link here, noaa.gov/NOAA-voices. The collection that you find there is U.S. Caribbean Oral History Project. So you can take a look at those. There is a paper in preparation looking at the use of oral histories as a means of incorporating local ecological knowledge into fisheries management, something everyone is interested in. They're also examining perceived and experienced changes in the marine environment, particularly with the sargassum inundations that have been occurring. Also interviewing St. Croix lobster fishers regarding the history of lobster fishing in St. Croix. I think that was coupled with some of the oral history work. And they're working with pelagic fishers also in St. Croix to discuss the use of FADs and the idea of conflict among users of that resource. And SSRG staff are working on the IPT options for revising FMP selection criteria for the Caribbean. So they're working with council staff and CERO staff and getting at the issues of how which species should be managed, and that's, I think, it for our presentation. Any questions?
Gerson.
I'm gonna move to a different mode here so I can see hands going up.
I don't want to point fingers at nobody, but actually we haven't had a FAD in St. Croix in over 7 years, I guess. 15, I stand corrected.
We did deploy 3 FADs in 2019, including one in St. Croix, and it was gone within a year and a half.
Tonight.
So I can go back to that question about incorporating some of this information into CDAR 103, and that is absolutely the intent. These are really valuable data sets and sources of information. So we want to include all of this in CDAR 103. A lot of it will be discussed in the webinars leading up to the in-person workshop. And as those data are used in particular analyses, they'll be reviewed in that in-person workshop. The workshop itself, the in-person part, is really meant to be a review of the methods, but we will be discussing all the data and the possible uses of those data throughout the CDAR 103 process.
Hey, Devin, couple of questions for you. One, going back to presentation, I noticed in terms of like the analysis of the video reading, you guys had identified an AI and machine learning pipeline development for video reading. I was wondering if you could describe where you are on that process. And if so, let us know how you're coordinating, because there is a lot of other projects that do video reading in the Caribbean that are trying to develop similar pipelines, and I think that would be a good area for coordination.
I agree completely, Sinai. That was part of Kate's presentation. So Kate, if you're available, you want to?
Yeah, absolutely. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. And that was Sinai, that was you talking, right?
Yeah, Kate.
Hey, okay, yeah. So I know you had reached out to Matt Campbell, who's my branch chief as well. So yes, that we are working with specifically the Viame software that he probably would have spoken to you about in those emails. I can't remember exactly what he responded with now. But so we're building those, and they're currently pretty operational for about 19 of our commercially important species in the Gulf. And so the plan is to take those algorithms that we've already built up in the Gulf for reef fish, because there's some overlap, not like a ton. Obviously, we don't see very large numbers of queen or silk or a lot of those deep water snappers. But the goal is to continue adding to those libraries. So improving the algorithm for species in the Caribbean, which we can do a multitude of ways, whether that's including imagery from like the deep water and shallow water survey, now so the Puerto Rico survey, or if that's using CMAP-C data or something along those lines. I think I talked with Omar about that a little bit too during the training meeting. But yeah, so the goal would be to make those algorithms, to make those models available to anyone that could utilize them in the Caribbean. Like that is the end goal. So you could plug that in to your videos theoretically, as long as it's the same species, or we've improved the algorithms enough for the species of interest on your end for someone else to then also use. Something that we don't get a lot of, so the model is not optimized for, but it would be fairly easy to do since they're distinct, are like spiny lobster and conch. So we don't see a whole lot of those in the Gulf, obviously. We don't have a whole lot of imagery, or won't have a whole lot of imagery from the type of survey that we're doing. But that could easily be plugged in. You could develop a model using that software as well for like those types of species. But yeah, for collaboration, for sure. That's the name of the game. And we definitely want to help as much as we can with this. And it's not supposed to just be for one survey. It's supposed to be utilized across the suite of surveys, whoever can utilize it, of course.
Yeah, so I would say, Kate, keep me CC'd on like any coordination on that. I think we currently pretty much have video both in the USVI and Puerto Rico for pretty much every managed species, including for conch and lobster. I think where we're limited is developing the database management that would allow for easy analysis and processing. And so I think if, while you guys are developing that, or if you have that in place, helping us coordinate to develop that system, as well as training for using the Viami software toolkit would be beneficial, which I'm in the process of trying to write grant funding for that. So knowing specifically how you guys are doing it and what you're doing would help me develop better use of that funding.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe we can have a chat out in the next couple of days or something outside of this meeting and go into a bit more detail. I think Scott Brown is on our team, and he, I think, reached out to you as well. He does a lot of our model building, so we could set up a call amongst us and chat further about it for sure.
I think that would be helpful.
Yeah, absolutely.
Graciela.
Kevin, and Senai, I was looking at the recreational fishery activities that the Science Center has, and I have to congratulate the USVI because I do have my recreational fishing license already. So, that apparently has been moving forward. So that's really a good information that should come to the assessment group. Are we also getting data from the recreational fishers through any of these projects? And if not, what do we need to do, to help out with that?
Yeah, so right now we're still in the process of developing the system for collecting the recreational data. We want it to follow the same format that we use for the CCRs, but the way that data has been managed, as well as the system that's been set up for it, like none of that information is clear. So it's been like a very long process for gathering both the spatial data set up, and we also want it to follow the same process for going into the databases that they're used on the federal level, similar to what Puerto Rico's gone through. So what we're trying to do is eliminate any of the headaches from that as we're developing the system. My guess is that within the next 6 to 8 months, we'll likely have that set up. So by end of 2026, there'll likely be recreational fisheries catch reports coming in from the for-hire data, and then voluntary from any other recreational fishers. But it's not an easy system to set up.
Graciela.
One more question, and I don't.
So what I would also say, Graciela.
Go ahead.
So one follow-up to your question, Graciela. So I would also say, as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, we're working with Grisel in Puerto Rico on the recreational survey there. So that's a port sampling survey, as well as working with Sinai and his team on port sampling in the Virgin Islands, and that covers all sectors of the fishery, including the recreational fishery. And that is, those are all ongoing efforts.
Garcia.
So one additional question that comes to mind is the reason for asking about why the fats did not stay in place, because that information, we are now managing pelagics. Are these fats in the EEC or within the state territorial waters? Do they supply that information, the fishers, to the database that the DPNR has, or is it mostly recreational and charter and it hasn't come into the system yet? So that's, these are the things that the gap analysis from the data needs to know, because if there is this big jump and there is a fat and people are fishing at those sites, then it's very punctual and very spatial specific versus, the rest of and who's fishing for all of that. So that's the reason for, the question regarding if you put them out, why do they disappear? Is it navigation problems with the cruise ships or something or other?
Are you asking that as a question for us? So there is a lifetime to fads, and the fads that we've had in the past have been constructed with line, and there are multiple reasons why fads would move or break, and they were deployed. They were in our waters for about half of the lifetime that we expected those fads to be in the water. On the CCRs, there is a question for commercial fishers if they fished at a fad or not. Of course, we wouldn't have had any data from 2020 until now, since our official fads are no longer in the waters. But that is, and of course the CCRs are developed in coordination with the Southeast Science Fishery Center. So any data that we would need, you can always, we can, I think the last time that we updated those CCRs was with the new HMS regulations. And so if there is any kind of update that you would want us to collect on the commercial fishing data reports, that's something that could easily be done for, the next fishing year. But there should be no gap in that data.
Gerson.
Gerson Martinez for the record. I will ask this council to consider the application process. It takes about 2 years to get one of those files approved according to what Dr. Sinai has told us in the past. I think you guys should revise those applications and give the Virgin Islands the ability to replace any fat that drifts away for whatever reason without reapplying for that permit. That is the big issue right now in the Virgin Islands, that 2-year wait for fats, and we really need those to take away the effort against the reef resource. I know a lot of fishermen, when the fats are there, they shift according to the demand of the year. They shift from the reef towards fats and pelagic fish. So I think if that permitting system changed, I think we would have more fats in the Virgin Islands faster than what we really are getting them. Thank you.
Sabater.
Do we have, Roberto Sabater for the record, do we have any data concerning whether these fats have effect or have an effect, a bad effect or good effect on the migration of pelagic fish? Thank you.
No, data here and there, but they do attract pelagics. And actually, they are used by recreational and commercial fishers all over the world. And since the time of Jesus Christ. One problem that we have, and by the way, for Gerson, the council does not get involved in permits. We don't have that authority. Because when you have a fish aggregating device, it's a hazard to navigation until you declare different. So the Coast Guard, a couple of engineer people have to look at it. But going back to your question, they are positive in terms of attracting fish. They also have been proven to be an economic asset for fisheries in some areas in the United States and the rest of the world. In the Caribbean, they have several countries who got involved into FADs. Actually, they're very active on it. And the problem that we have is, we all know we are in the middle of an area where hurricanes comes once in a while. And that have been detrimental to some FADs. The other thing that we have done, I used to work on that before. They are deployed deeper. So they still attract fish, it's different type of fish, and they have been positive. Negative is that in some cases they attract the fish that you want to protect, as have been proven in other countries, and it's detrimental to the fishery in particular, especially when they attract fish that are spawning during that time. So it's a pros and cons, but mostly in all meetings I have been working with this is positive to have the FADs. And by the way, in St. Croix, when we were involved in that, the problem with St. Croix is that it's in the top of a mountain. So any deployment of FAD have a challenge logistically. One of them that was deployed in St. Croix ended up in La Parguera. So it's an asset to the fishery, but it has some complications.
Oh, I'm assuming that there's no word on this national permit from Army Corps on FADs. Still not none of that tonight.
So one, that permit is a territorial process that we're going through DPNR. If you would like to make FADs something that is done through the CFMC, that can be something that the council decides on and moves forward with. We're in the process of trying to develop a permit, but developing FADs is something that is done through the only thing that we can use it for is our sport fish restoration funding through U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, which is primarily for recreational fishing. In fact, only for recreational fishing, right? And so that funding is limited in how we use it and disperse it. So we're using it to figure out processes where we can implement a FAD program, but that takes time given that funding is getting shorter and shorter for things. Now, what I would recommend is if you want to make that a priority here for the council, then that's something we can discuss, vote on, and move forward for creating projects that we do for FADs from federal waters, which is primarily where the FADs would exist within USVI waters. And so if you want to do that, we can do that. Otherwise, I don't think it's pertinent and useful using our times to talk about territorial things that we're working on within our waters at a time when we're discussing federal management and processes here. That's what I would say.
But just give me a second here, Julian. But even if the USVI does get a permit for FAD, it's going to be deployed in federal waters, right? Not in territorial waters.
Correct. And that is why we have to go through the process with Army Corps and CZF and all of the other permitting processes. You can do that through a nationwide permit where we create a list of all the potential sites that we're doing it, but we also have to create a maintenance plan. We have to develop budgets for doing that and putting them out there. There are new requirements. I've been waiting until I thought things were changing, which are likely during this current administration that would make it more acceptable for the type of FAD development that we were doing. So that is where we are currently with that process.
Okay, because I know there are fishermen out there that are putting out their own FADs, but what it's creating is a war out there. These guys are threatening to shoot each other. I mean, it's getting really bad out there.
And so in my understanding, that's within federal waters, correct?
Yes.
And so if the issue is a lack of enforcement associated with what is now a problem associated with illegal FAD deployment, as well as associated problems between registered fishers that are utilizing a federal resource, then that is what we should identify here and come up with a solution as part of management that we do for federal fisheries, right? But identifying how territorial resources are being spent to put something like a FAD in the water is not necessarily addressing that particular point.
Yeah.
Julie McGrath for the record. So I totally agree with what Sinai is saying. I think that's a great idea. I know Miguel said earlier in his report that we're very strapped for funding, but who knows here in the near future that some funding could come available. And we've been hearing the fishers cry out for funds for a long period of time. And if by some way, some means, the council can assist in getting some funds placed, since they're being placed in federal waters, I think that's a great idea to help expedite the process and add funds and try to eliminate the tension that's out there, especially in St. Croix. And, you know, talking with Mr. Lede, Winston is here. I'd like to recognize him. He's a DAP member, and he's also a FAC member in the St. Thomas St. John District, former council member. He just came from St. Bart's, and, you know, they have hundreds of fads, and they put them out on a regular basis, and they're catching tons of dolphin and wahoo and everything because they have so many on a daily basis, because they have so many fads out there, and it has eased the pressure on the shelf itself. So I'm just throwing that out there because I think Sinai's statement is a very good statement, and I think it should be added to the priority list at some point, and I'm gonna leave it at that for now.
Yeah, there's no question that FATs are a good idea. And by the way, you kind of compare the United States with other countries. Some other countries, they don't care about some of the things that we have here. You want a FAT? Well, go ahead and put it. They have the money. They have even money from Japanese government, European community, and Canadian community. And they have, some of this country have a very strong program for FADs. In the council, we tried before, and at one time they told me, don't spend any more money on fats. We spent $11,000 on fats that I, with Jose Rivera and Carlos Ramos, put it all together. They lasted for a few weeks. The fishermen stole them. The other time, we have a beautiful fats, and we deploy it with somebody that we received through the council grant office, and they disappeared. So I was told, you know, unless you get money from outside the council basic money, do not spend $1 more on FADs. We can go back and ask for that idea. And if, and actually you say something that to me is important. If we say that the council is interested in FADs and then talk to some people in NOAA and other places, and they get monies that can be funded to the council, that will be an excellent idea. We can help with that. Also, we have been able to learn from past mistakes, and we can apply that knowledge to the FAD, to the new ones. And back to what Sinai said, we can discuss FAD whenever we wanted to discuss it. It's not a waste of time because FAD collect information, and that's why we do it. In the case of providing opportunities for fishers, commercial and recreational for FADs, that's something that is with the realm of the council, and we can push for it. Actually, we can put it in the agenda for the next 2 or 3 years, and then we can discuss it. Henyo is not here because he was called for another meeting, but those are the kind of things that he told me he might be interested in hearing. You know, news idea, better ideas that we can put it together on the table. And in the past, we had this negative reaction from some people, but this is the future. Who knows? Maybe there's somebody out there that can help us with a program like that. So what the council needs to do or say is, yeah, we support FADs for commercial and recreational fisheries. We will support any proposal for any entity for FADs. The other thing that we have to be mindful is we cannot interfere with the regulations. The local government and the federal government, whoever wants to put an FAD out there, if they don't comply with the regulation, they are in violation, illegal FADs. And in some cases, that is creating some problems. You know, for example, in Vieques, I was in a meeting a long time ago, and the fisher have blocks with a rope, and on top of it, you have a styrofoam block, and they attract the fish. And the fishermen used to deploy that, every other week, and they use that as the way they use for traps. There was an initiative by a group of fisheries and Vieques, excuse me, and it was successful. So that's where we are with Mr. Chairman so far.
Okay, Blanchard and Nicole.
Well, let me piggyback on a couple of things that were said here about the fads. I do agree that it work. Just like Mr. McGrath say, I got cousins that fish in St. Bart's and they use fads and they put them out on their own, out of pocket. Now, just like Miguel say, we have a different process in which we use here. But the point I'm going to make here is that with or without funding from the government, the fishers will put out the fads, illegal or legal, because they make money off of it. So I would disagree with Sanai saying that the fads would have to be in federal waters. Because you could deploy them in local waters, especially around St. Thomas, that you have the depth of water around the Keys, where you will catch the pelagics along with everything else. That could be done in local waters. Now, in federal waters, I would agree that they would be deployed for basically pelagics. So the route of where I think the council fits in is if we want to create something that we're going to pull pressure off the reefs, we need to create some place for the pressure to go. Yeah. The pressure need to move to the outside, and just like Nikki said, fishing practices, our business is making money. So if at this time of the year the fads produce, and this fishery that we are in currently, it slows up, we going where the money is. That's just how it is. This is each man is a business. We there to make money. Unless you're a recreational guy and you do this for fun. So to the end of the day, I think the council should support the fads. I think we need to find some way of coming up with money and maybe an easier solution to going through the loops that we have to jump through. Maybe we don't have to jump through 10 loops. We just got to jump through 5. To make this process easier to get the pressure off of the reef. So I think this is a win-win for everybody. That's just my personal take.
Hello?
Yeah.
To that point, one thing that we were discussing before the meeting is that the outreach and education project, one thing that we need to find out and distribute the information to everybody is what is an FAD? How can you deploy an FADs? What are the requirements in the U.S. Caribbean for FADs? And how can we assist fishers, especially, and even the local governments, if they want to have a program with FADs? That's the kind of thing that we need, that we can put together, and after we can communicate to NOAA Fisheries about the willingness. But if you agree with that, Mr. Chairman, we need to have some maybe a motion or just an indication to the staff to pursue this further, and then come back to the meeting in April with more information.
Good. Tony, and then I have Nicole.
Carlos, tienes a María también.
So just to that point, the strategic plan of the council states, and thank you, Sarah, for that for St. Croix, it's a priority to, and I'll read, collaborate with the domestic and international partners to promote adaptive and effective management that considers diverse community. No, that's not the one. 4.18, support the development of interagency coordination for permitting of fish aggregating devices deployment. So we do have it in the strategic plan.
Wait. That's the kind of thing that they look at on paper. But we haven't done a thing for that. Thing with us. So that's my whole point is that if you agree, we can pursue that a little bit further. And now that we have the concurrence of the fishers, and I'm sure that in Puerto Rico, the fisher in Puerto Rico also will have that idea. We can put it in the next DAP meeting. So have this information and distribute that information. And I'm sure that we can move forward with this. So Graciela and I will have to, after this meeting, sit down, look at the strategic plan, and look at the avenues that we have to move forward with a project like this for the support of FADs in the U.S. Caribbean.
Then Nicole and Gerson, and then Sinai.
And to also show why we support this is the mere fact that when a guy goes and he invests this money on a fad and he puts it out there, he does not control what happens around that fad. So if I dump in money into a fad and I got another fisher coming here and beating me to my fad, catching the fish that I supposed to be catching, this is a problem. So this by the council getting involved and finding funding and making this a government fad per se, that will neutralize anybody saying this is mine because it's not yours. You didn't put it out. And that not only happens in St. Thomas and St. Croix, even in St. Bart's, they have the same problem, where you got guys putting out fads and somebody beat into the fad the man in, and now they are confronted with this problem. So this is not a select problem to just here. And like I say, after you dump money and effort into building this and putting it out there, you plan to make money off of this. And when another guy coming in and sweeping in before you and doing and catching what's on your fad, it becomes a problem.
Nicole?
Yeah, I wanted to make a similar point to the one that Graciela made. There are multiple references to fads in the strategic plan, including strategy 12.3, investigate the potential of fads to mitigate habitat loss and deploy where appropriate. And then my second point was, I think it would be illuminative to have the Office of Protected Resources perhaps come and discuss the requirements that they would have for federally funded fads. And then differences in what privately funded fads would require for permitting.
Gerson?
Mr. Martinez, for the record, I want to piggyback on what Sharda McGrath and everybody has said here, and I am glad what Dr. Nicole just said. I would like to hear a motion here today concerning everything we have discussed here, just to start the movement of this very important matter of fishing or taking away from the resource of the reef structure. And I think each and everybody here today should recognize the effort that getting fads in the Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, and any U.S. regulated island or state, how much fishing and fad takes away from the reef resource. And I think it's very important from us that want to protect reef fish and the reef resource, especially the queen conch. I'm a diver by nature. And in the past, when we had those fads, I used to stop diving sometime for 1 or 2 years because we have the clientele for the pelagic fish. The only thing right now is, since we don't have the fads and we have the Chinese up in the Lesser Antilles, they're stopping our resource from coming down here. And if we don't have fads to stop that resource, we are putting a lot of pressure. So I would like a motion, if it's possible, to start this process, this ball movement in taking off the pressure on the resource by having more fads deployment and the legal procedure to be a little faster, because we have been talking to Dr. Senaya and Dr. Nicole about this procedure, and that's the point they always bring up. The legal procedure takes 2 to 3 years to get stuff approved, even though that fad was put there and it drifted away in 18 months, they have to start the procedure again. So I think modifications need to be made to make this effort and this deployment of fads easier. Thank you.
Tonight.
What I was going to say is, one, it's not the time period of the procedure. It's just what is required to be submitted. So an application for putting something in the ocean is extremely involved and requires a lot, particularly if it's something permanent, a lot of information surrounding it. So it takes someone a long time to put that together. What I would recommend is if this is truly something the council wants to do and provide resources to coordinating for the USVI, is for council staff to identify a person on the staff that would assist DPNR in developing and submitting a permit for a nationwide for a series of location for FADs throughout the USVI, as well as identify a plan that is going to either get resources or help apply for resources to put certain FADs out in conjunction with Virgin Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Because right now, the only person in the USVI that is doing any work towards that is the Division of Fish and Wildlife, which has myself, along with 4 other fishery staff, that does everything in the U.S. Virgin Islands associated with fisheries, research, outreach and education, infrastructure development, monitoring, as well as, outside research, as well as work for this council associated with both ecosystems-based fisheries management and other associated tasks. So I think what we should really do is look at the resources that are available and prioritize the things that we want to get done, because it is not possible. So if this is something we want to prioritize, we say it and we put resources towards doing it. That's all I'm saying.
Heather.
I think following along what Sanai's saying, I do agree that some additional research would be helpful to look into this, both in terms of the nationwide permitting process, what that would look like if we're looking at putting them in federal waters, us doing some additional research to see what's been done in other regions. Nicole had mentioned the importance of considering the protected resources requirements and consultation requirements for federally funded versus privately deployed FADs. So maybe the action, if we want to make a motion, the action could be to do some of that research between now and the next meeting. If this is a priority, I think we should also integrate this discussion into the priorities discussion tomorrow and see where it falls on the list. But I think that's probably the most responsible use of time at this point on that.
Nicole.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Nicole Angeli, I would like to propose a motion that the council implement strategies 4.18 on permitting and 12.3 on research for not just St. Croix, but for the entirety of the Caribbean, U.S. Caribbean, and explore options and do research and have a presentation provided to us at a 2026 council meeting of their choice, so that we could engage further on this discussion with all of the information available.
Okay, we need a second. Oh, what? I need to get that up on the screen.
Yeah, but I propose that the staff meet with Angeli, so we write that, and probably after
I can
lunch.
type it to them. I
can
have
put
it written down.
Yeah.
So we'll prepare a motion for after lunch.
Wait, you have any, Nicole?
They can't read it. Okay. Yeah, we could do it after lunch.
Sí, vamos a darle chance de avance, but table this until after lunch. Graciela. Carlos want to say something.
So we'll prepare this, and then after lunch we'll do the motion, and we have more time because we still got vans to go for the SSC. But I'd like to say that I'm pleased to see that we're making some headway on FADs. St. Croix has been screaming about this for many years.
Mr. Chairman, I propose that we're close to 5 minutes break for lunch, have the motion, and then continue with Van's presentation. Yeah,
Okay.
because we don't want to shorten his presentation. Tú tienes, como que tú necesitas como 15, 20. 20,
Okay.
so after
Okay,
lunch, we
after
can come back at
Okay.
1:30.
We'll break for lunch now, right? Okay, so break for lunch and come back at 1:30.
You missing like, yeah.
Yeah, we got everybody. Okay, estamos. Okay, we're gonna get going again. I know lunch took quite a while. Seems to be our life story. So we have a motion to put up on the board before we move on to Vance's presentation. On this on fads. Yeah. So Angeli is an important meeting with the commissioner, so she'll be back as soon as she's done, but her motion is to motion for the CFMC to implement their St. Croix Strategic Plan Actions 4.18 and 12.3 for the entire US Caribbean, namely to explore options for permitting and the relevant research on fish tracking devices, and to have a presentation provided by the council in 2026 that incorporates feedback from the US Army Corps of Engineers, the NOAA Science, Southeast Fisheries Science Center, NOAA Zero and NOAA OPR on those options. Yeah, SCFF. Yeah, F and then S, yeah. So we need a second on that.
Second,
motion.
Tony Blanchard.
Any discussion?
Miguel, can I just make a quick comment?
Right. Or.
I know this is, between your council member, but just a quick suggestion. I would add in the second last sentence that incorporates feedback from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Department of the Interior, and the Office of Protected Resources, specifically from NOAA. I don't know. Just a suggestion.
Angeli, don't have to do this stream.
Send will do. So, Senai, since there was an amendment to this motion, and I think you represented Nicole for now, so would you accept that correction?
Yeah, we can, move to accept the amendments to the motion presented.
Tony, you agree with the?
Yes.
Any further discussion? Yes, Heather?
Thanks, Heather Blau here. I think we could generalize the NOAA folks to include NOAA fisheries. I think there's other offices that we might want to consult with, and we could figure out who's best maybe to represent. We'll definitely work with PRD on it, but we might also want to bring in HMS and other offices. So you could replace all those NOAA offices with just a NOAA fisheries, and we'll make sure we have the right people at the table. Also, I wonder if it might be better to simplify it. Do we really need to include the strategic plan pieces versus say something more generally and leave it a little bit more open that we could explore options for permitting and the relevant research on FADs?
But the thing is, those sections already do that. That's what they included in the motion. When you go to a strategic plan and spell out, it's all included in the paragraph there. It's up to you to decide, but the other thing about NOAA fisheries, we want to make sure that the proper offices of NOAA fisheries are consulted. I guess you just said
We
that.
can do that, yeah, because I think there might be more offices that are listed there that we might want to loop in.
And did you want to?
Ann Kirsting for the record. I was just going to chime in about simplifying it. I agree with Heather. I don't think you need to reference the specific strategic plan actions because you do cover it right after where you reference them, and it talks about exploring options for permitting and the relevant research on fads, just to keep it simple. It's just my suggestion. Thank you.
So you're saying just delete the numbers, 4.18 and 2.12?
Yes, I don't think you need to reference the plan and the numbers.
So how will you write it?
Yeah, I think you could do motion for the CFMC to explore options for permitting and the relevant research on fads, and then the rest, which you could just,
For permit, let her finish. No, she has to present that, and then the two guys have to accept it or not. But
so you can just delete, it's already in there.
and it would say no fisheries instead of the yellow thing. Carlos, hay que preguntar a Senai y a ver si están de acuerdo otra vez.
Should that say no fisheries or no is just fine?
Just no, just in case. Yeah.
Okay. Well, and is that good?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so Sinai,
Yeah, I'd approve the amendments to the motion.
Blanchard,
Yes.
okay. So the motion reads, motion for the CFMC to explore options for permitting and the relevant research on fads and to have a presentation provided by the council in 2026 that incorporates feedback from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Department of Interior, Division of Fish and Wildlife, Department of Fish and Wildlife Service, NOAA on those options. Any further discussion? We'll take it to a vote. I'm gonna start with, on my right with Sinai.
Aye.
Aye.
You have to say your name first and then I. It's starting with Senai.
Roberto Sabater, aye.
Sinai Haptis, aye.
Tony Blanchard, aye.
Daniel Matos Caraballo, aye.
You have to also ask Vanessa.
Vanessa
Vanessa Ramirez, aye.
and Carlos Fashari.
Martha
Yes.
Heather. Martha Heather.
King?
Heather.
Heather Blau, aye.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay.
You want to go?
So,
You want to be the chairman next year?
any nays? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. But now we're gonna move on to Vance Vicente on the SSC committee report.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I begin, I really have to give special thanks to Sarah Stephenson and Ilia Hai Rivera. Sorry about that. They really built up this presentation for me, in short. So this is the SSC report to the 188th Caribbean Fishery Management Council meeting being held now, December 3 and 4 of 2025. Give me a second here. Next slide, next slide. Yeah. So we will go over, next slides. Yeah, hi. Okay, thank you. We'll go over about some general information on the biology and on the ecology on the Caribbean spiny lobster. We'll go over through the CEDAR 91 summary, the CEDAR SSC tasks, and the SSC September meeting summary and action items. Next slide, please. Regarding the biology, we really have significant amount of information on the biology of these species. I mean, even starting from their mating, their reproduction, how often they spawn, which is all year long. We have a lot of information on the length composition, et cetera, but I feel that there is a gap regarding age. The stock synthesis 3, the SF3 model, which has been used for stock assessment since since the 57th, I believe, CEDAR meeting on the lobster stock assessment, is an age size structure model. So far, we have a significant amount of length composition, and we're beginning to look into the what is called the gastric meal obstacles, which are like otoliths in fish, in which you can count annual growth rings. But that's still at a very early stage, but there is a significant progress happening. So that would be my recommendation, to fill into the biological knowledge of this important species. Regarding the ecology, there is a very distinct life cycle with different habitats for each stage. For example, the Philosoma larvae is the planktonic stage of the spiny lobster, and the habitat is open ocean. And I'd like to add something for knowledge. I had hired Reni Garcia for over 10 years to do the zooplankton studies for one of the power plants in Puerto Rico, Ecoelectrica, which I was the environmental monitor. And throughout these years, there wasn't a single Philosoma larvae in any of the samples. So I believe that the open ocean habitat per se is a good definition of the pelagic phase of this species. Then the juveniles, they settle on SAF, submerged aquatic vegetation, which are the different types of seagrass beds, turtle grass beds, widgeon grass, shoal grass, manatee grass, as well as macrophytic benthic habitats. The adults are benthic, and they are found, the habitat is a benthic habitat, which includes various types of submerged coral reefs, submerged hard grounds, submerged rocky bottoms, as well as unconsolidated substrate habitats such as sand, mud, etc. We also know some about the feeding habits. We know that they feed on gastropods, they feed on snails, they feed on sea urchins, which makes them an important component of the ecosystem as such, in controlling populations of species that are, some are feeders or grazers on live corals surfaces. We also know that they migrate from shallow water habitats into deeper water habitats, what are called as conga lines. I think in the Virgin Islands, they call it lobster runs. But anyhow, they get one on top of the other, of each other, and then they migrate towards deep water. And that migration is triggered by changes in temperature or changes in other oceanographic conditions, such as wave action, storms, hurricanes, and the like. I also added here that, the Caribbean seminar series being coordinated by Kevin McCarthy are very useful, and maybe we should have more seminars on this series regarding the ecology of this species as well as other managed species. Next slide. CEDAR 91. CEDAR 91 addressed the stock assessment for the U.S. Caribbean spiny lobster, St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John. And the process consisted of an in-person data workshop with several webinars before and after the workshop, and a series of assessment webinars. The review workshop was canceled because the CIE, the Center for Independent Experts, were not able to participate in the review of the assessment. The assessment was conducted by the Southeast Fisheries Science Center. Next slide, please. The CEDAR SSC tasks, I have to go over this, are the following. The Council's Scientific and Statistical Committee reviews the stock assessment report. Second, the SSCs are tasked with recommending whether the stock assessment represent the best available science. The SSC also determines whether the results presented in the stock assessment reports are useful for providing management advice and developing fishing level recommendations for the council. An SSC may request additional analysis be conducted or may use the information provided in the stock assessment report as the basis for their fishing level recommendations. That is, the overfishing limit, OFL, and the acceptable biological catch. The Caribbean Council SSC also reviews the assessment passed at its September 23rd, 25th, 2025 SSC meeting. Then the council received the SSC information, which is what I'm doing right now, what we're doing right now at this December 2025 meeting. Important to note that the documentation on SSC recommendation is not part of the CEDAR process and is handled through each council. Next slide, please. The SSC meeting of September 23rd, 25 of 2025. Next slide, please. Okay, on the left column, there is the list of the participants, which are the SSC members. A total of 11 SSC members participated, therefore there was a quorum to conduct this meeting. Also, the DAP shares were very actively also. Oh, by the way, this was the first virtual meeting. We didn't see each other, face to face. So it was a little bit complicated, but it worked. So Miguel, it worked. So the DAP chair, Julian Magras for St. Thomas, Nelson Crespo, and Gerson from St. Croix. They all had very active participation on this, as well as the Zero staff, Southeast Fisheries Science Center staff, some of the General Council staff, researchers, and the CFMC members and staff. The agenda overview was 1, review the CEDAR 91 U.S. Caribbean Spiny Lobster of St. Thomas St. John Assessment Report. 2, review the CEDAR 91 U.S. Caribbean Spiny Lobster St. Croix Assessment Report. 3, review CEDAR 84 Caribbean Yellowtail Snapper, Puerto Rico St. Thomas St. John, and Stoplight Parrotfish for St. Croix. 4, we receive an update from Kevin on CEDAR 103 U.S. Caribbean application of alternative assessment methods, and then we made also some recommendations. So we can go to the next slide. Yeah. The sources of the data are the 3 L's: landing, length, and life history parameters. The life history parameters were carried over from CEDAR 57. CEDAR 57 was the stock assessment report of the U.S. Caribbean spiny lobster produced in August 2019 and made available to the public the following month. Next slide. Well, we don't have time to cover the 3 L's, but we'll start with right now the most important ones, which are the data review of the landings. On the top graph, we see the landing from early 1970s to 2023 for St. Thomas, St. John. And we clearly can see here that most of the catch, in fact, practically all of the catch, was conducted by pots and traps. there was very little reports on the, well, there were reports, but the landings were much significantly lower by lobsters being obtained or fished by diving. In the bottom graph, we see again the same, the landings in metric tons from the 70s up to 2023. And this is the inverse. In St. Croix, most of the data, most of the fisheries for lobster were conducted by diving, and very little by pots and traps. So these are the landing graphs. The landing by table are the following. From 2021, you can see the values on the middle column, 101,108 pounds, and for St. Croix, 39,782. I'm not going to read them all, but these are just the data just laid out in a table format from 2021 to 2025. It is important to note that the landing values for St. Thomas St. John and St. Thomas St. Croix for 2024 and 2025 are provisional landings, which were set equal to the 3-year average from 2021 through 2023. And all the values are in pounds whole weight. Next slide, please. Regarding the action items, this is topic 1, and it deals with the motions that were proposed during the Cedar 91 U.S. Caribbean Spiny Lobster St. Thomas St. John Assessment Report. There were 3 motions that were proposed and approved. Motion 1, the SSC moves to recommend the assessment for Cedar 91 U.S. Caribbean Spiny Lobster for St. Thomas and St. John as the best scientific information available. Motion 2, the results presented in Cedar 91 U.S. Caribbean Spiny Lobster for St. Thomas and St. John are useful for providing management advice and developing fishing level recommendations for the council. Motion 3 was approved, which states that the SSC recommends to include years using the average of 2021 through 2023 as the provisional landing values for the 2024-2025 forecast for the Cedar 91 U.S. Caribbean Spiny Lobster for St. Thomas and St. John. The SSC discussed option, but they did not recommend a sigma value. Can we have the next slide? Okay, motion proposed. Review Cedar 91 U.S. Caribbean Spiny Lobster now for St. Croix now. Okay, assessment report. There were 4 motions proposed and approved, which carried forward. Motion 4, the SSC moves to recommend the assessment for Cedar 91 U.S. Caribbean Spiny Lobster for St. Croix as the best scientific information available. Motion 5, the results presented in Cedar 91 U.S. Caribbean Spiny Lobster for St. Croix are useful for providing management advice and developing fishing level recommendations for the council. Motion 6, the SSC recommends to include years using the average of 2021 through 2023 as the provisional landing values for the 2024-2025 forecast for the Cedar 91 U.S. Caribbean Spiny Lobster for St. Croix. Motion 7, the SSC recommends a sigma value of 0.5 for the Cedar 91 U.S. Caribbean Spiny Lobster for St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix. Next slide. Okay. Cedar 91 Caribbean Spiny Lobster.
Lance,
Yes.
you have a question?
Yeah, I got a question.
Can we wait for the question at the end, please? Because there might be some answers already for your question. Maybe. Cedar 91 Caribbean Spiny Lobster, the base model run These are the management reference points from Cedar 91 Caribbean Spiny Lobster stock assessments for each island group. The values correspond to base models run in the St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix Cedar 91 assessment report. All the values in this table are in pounds whole weight with an SPR 30%. This is the spawning potential ratio, which is the minimum limit reference point for maintaining sustainable fish stock. And the FSPR 30 is a specific fishing mortality rate. So here are the values of the management reference point. The maximum sustainable yield proxy for St. Thomas, St. John is 130,000 pounds, 230. For St. Croix, 165,852. Maximum fishing mortality threshold, which is the FSPR 30%, is 0.243 for St. Thomas, St. John, and 0.197 for St. Croix USVI. The minimum stock size threshold in thousands of eggs are the following: St. Thomas, St. John, 2.082 E plus 07, and for St. Croix USVI, 3.045 E plus 07. The spawning stock biomass for 2023 over the SSB SPR 30 is 1.55 for St. Thomas, St. John, and for St. Croix, 1.55 for St. Thomas, St. John, and 2.83 for St. Croix. The fishing mortality, current fishing mortality over the fishing mortality of 30% of the spawning ratio is 0.16 for St. Thomas, St. John, and 0.12 for St. Croix USVI. Next slide, please. Cedar 91, Caribbean Spiny Lobster, OFLs, overfishing limits, and ABCs for USVI. The projected constant catch overfishing limit and acceptable biological catch values for spiny lobster for fishing years 2026 through 2028 for each island group, values are in pounds whole weight. The constant catch limit of OFL for St. Thomas, St. John is 150,768. For St. Croix USVI, 210,977. And the acceptable biological catch for St. Thomas, St. John USVI is 130,964. And for St. Croix, 186,063. Next slide. So in summary, we can conclude that for each island platform, St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix, the results indicate that overfishing is not occurring and the stocks are not overfished. And second, that the diagnostics indicate a consistent and relatively robust model estimates. Action items, topic number 3, review of Cedar 84 Caribbean Yellowtail Snapper, Puerto Rico, St. Thomas, St. John, and Stoplight Parrotfish for St. Croix. Motion 8, which was also moved forward, approved. The SSC review documents associated with the Cedar 84 stock assessment review and CIE reports for Puerto Rico and St. Thomas, St. John Yellowtail Snapper, and for St. Croix Stoplight Parrotfish. In anticipation of a full SSC review of these stock assessments, the SSC and the Southeast Fisheries Science Center Caribbean branch discussed additional model runs for the full review. The suggested model runs include: 1, exclusion of the NCRMP data. Second, further exploration in parameter sensitivity. 2, with a soft prioritization, selectivity, growth, including the possibility of using priors. Third, natural mortality, steepness, and equilibrium catch. The SSC recognizes the limited capacity of the Southeast Fisheries Science Center to do additional runs in light of the prioritization of completing the Puerto Rico spiny lobster stock assessment, CDR 91. The SSC will also look to the Southeast Fisheries Science Center analysts to determine the best exploration of uncertainty in the above list, as they express lessons learned from the review panel and ways to go about the above uncertainty explorations. SSC meeting action items, topic number 4. Kevin McCarthy presented an update on the CDR 103 U.S. Caribbean application of alternative assessment methods. During that presentation, the SSC member, Jason Cope, asked if he could recommend a federal employee from the Alaska Science Center to attend the meeting, and asked if someone from the Southeast Fisheries Science Center could attend the national SSC meeting scheduled in January 2026 to be conducted in San Diego. The SSC members, Sarah Stephenson, asked if relevant reference documents could be submitted to be distributed to the S103 participants before the meeting. SSC meeting action items, topic number 5, research recommendations. The SSC made several research recommendations for U.S. Caribbean spiny lobster for St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix to be submitted as part of the CDR 91 review. This is the end of the presentation. I added a whole bunch of other slides which I did not use, but otherwise I would be speaking here for a very long time. But they're available for you. That's what I do in order to educate myself on all this fishery statistical modeling, mathematical things which I don't really have a big domain on. So that's what I have. If there are any questions, please direct the question to Sarah or to Kevin or to other of these experts.
Tony Blanchard. So I'm going to direct this to the expert because I ain't. I see a couple of things here. Question number 1. I know at the last council meeting you guys was discussing bypassing the peer review process. Did the peer review process oversee this?
Yes.
Okay. The other thing is that jumps out at me is I looked at the back of the room and I got some of my fishers here. And I know that this is how the scientists speak. But all of us, just step into the room and listen to all these acronyms. And basically, it is like being traumatized in a way. So the thing is this. I think that sometimes we forget, or well, let me rephrase that. Sometimes the scientists forget that a lot of these people don't understand this language, the lingo, the acronyms. And we need to water it down a little bit so that some of the guys at the back of the room, because I know if I ask him now, he could tell me he don't have the slightest idea what's going on, would at least try to grasp what is going on.
Well, you don't only have to look at the back of the room, you can look straight at me because I'm in the same situation in many respects. I try to define many of the acronyms during this meeting, how they're used and in which way they're used. That's up to the ones using the base models, because they are the ones that they are the experts. But regarding the base model, you have to remember that this is the result of people in the back, as well as other people claiming for more information to make these ACLs, annual cash limit definitions, as well as the ABCs, because the SS3 model, what it really does well is that it not only incorporates the life history characteristics and the theories behind it, but incorporates also the environment, changes in the environment, as well as real landing data, which you provide us
to analyze. So it's very complex. It's not a very simple process, and yeah, I'm not the one that can explain you in details how these models run. All I know is why they're being run, and the information that they provide have been proved useful since CEDAR 57. Julian.
Let me talk for a second.
Julia McGrath for the record. I think Tony's first question was not understood. He was asking if the lobster went through the peer review process, which is the independent outside of the SSC and the council. And it did not go through that process.
Well,
So I just wanted to clarify that, and then we can come back to that. And then as it pertains to his comment about the acronyms, I think what we can request is if the council can put together an acronym list with its definitions, and it can be sent to the fishers so they could understand, for those who have not been part of the process. We have Winston and Mr. John Laplace here, and we have a couple other fishers online. Shirley Leday, I know Mr. Darrell Bryan is trying to get on, but having some difficulties. But some people don't understand the acronyms. For us who have been involved for a long period of time, we have somewhat of a take on what's going on. We do get lost sometimes, but I just wanted to put that out there.
Yes, Julian, thank you. The acronyms have been put together with their definitions by the council before, and I don't know exactly when where it is laid out. I think it was through one of their reviews of one of the CEDARs. I cannot remember, but that there is a table, and maybe Graciela can expand on that, and if you can tell them how to find that table with the definitions, Graciela.
So there are a number of booklets that we have put together, so we can revise them and bring them up and provide a copy to everyone. So there is the National Marine Fisheries Service glossary, I think it's called. So there are a number of things that we can bring to the table, and Alida Ortiz had been working on a more layman's term glossary for us. So we'll look through what we have and make that available. In regards to the CEDAR.
No, before that, we can send it, there's a myriad of glossaries, a list of acronyms that we can send you. Right now, I just opened the page, and the Guide to Fishery Management from Sea Grant have all the acronyms you can think about. And I believe that the other thing is this acronym have to be translated into Spanish, because some of the acronyms doesn't make any sense into Spanish when you have it in English. So that's a good point. We can send that, distribute to everybody, and it will be also depicted in our webpage. And we make sure that we have a pop-up that will call for the, when you touch a button, the acronyms will be there. And by the way, this acronym changes. Graciela and I went a long time ago to a meeting when they changed the law. And one of the scientists feared that we went from a three letters acronym to 4 letters acronyms. Didn't change anything. What we used to call MSY was another letter. So the point is, this is dynamic. But the point, the thing is, Mr. Chairman, that the staff will prepare the list, put it on the webpage, and Julian and Tony mentioned we will distribute it, make sure that everybody will get it.
Follow up on Tony and then Sinai.
Okay, this is the problem that I'm having. We have not had a peer review on this study. And to me, that's like asking a judge.
Wait, no. Let Graciela explain it, because.
So let me explain how it works. CEDAR usually have a Center for Independent Experts where they contract people from all over the world to do the peer review of the assessment. However, in this case, the peer review has been conducted by the SSC, and the SSC by law is required to provide the council with the ABC. That's what you see on the screen. So given all the information that was provided by the Science Center, we do have stock assessment experts on the SSC, and the input at those meetings, the SSC is recommending to you that the ABC is as it's shown on the screen for St. Thomas and St. Croix. So that is a change that will change the ACLs, et cetera, and that we have to come back to deal with the P-star, that you have to tell us how much risk you want to take. But the issue was that at the time when this was planned, the contracts, the CIE review from external sources, the contracts did not go through, they were not approved. So that's why it came to the SSC to be reviewed, but the SSC serves as a peer review panel for the CEDAR 91 spiny lobster.
Yeah, let me help on this. I once requested or asked the educational program of the council to prepare a pamphlet where you have to explain every detail of the algorithms that are being used in the mathematical modeling. Very few people understand that. But you can prepare a little pamphlet with pictures of different sizes of fish, explaining what biomass is, explaining what's how to explain in very simple way what the spawning potential ratio means in all this analysis, and that can be done by drawings. I remember I asked Alida, hey, this is very important, not only for the fisher, but for myself. I made that very clear, that in order to translate all these algorithms and methodology, mathematical methodology in simple ways, you don't have to become an expert or, pass a calculus 2 course or anything, but very figuratively. I remember the Southeast Fisheries Science Center had done this before in their presentations. I remember Brad Brown was emphatic on this, and there is some information available. Okay, they have to be dug out, but for the purpose of these meetings, SSC meeting and council meeting, that a pamphlet which explains centrifuge, all this mathematical stuff, into a precipitate that everybody can at least understand to some extent. Because I guarantee you're not going to be understanding 100%, neither me nor anybody except the real experts on base models. Okay?
But the thing is, we don't want to go overboard with this, and that's the reason why people have PhDs and other people don't have the PhDs. But I believe that what Tony and Julian are talking about is the basic concept. What is OFL, for example? Right? What is ABC? And what's in it for moi? If the level is 157.768, what is the impact on our fisheries? Have we gone overboard or above the ACL? Or we are below the ACL? This P-star and everything, we spend whole week talking about P-star with a bunch of scientists right here, by the way. So the concepts that we need to explain are the basics that we use for the management of the fisheries that we have here. And if people want to have more, we can tell them where to go and get the information. So at this time, for Julian and Tony, what are the specific things that you would like to see explained in common terms that we can address?
Okay, well, I think it's more complicated than that, to be honest with you. Seeing that we have, you saying that the SSC did the peer review on this survey, correct? Okay, that's like having a judge sit on his own case and determine what the verdict is going to be. In my opinion, that's how I am seeing it. And I'm sure if you ask the other fishermen them, you can't judge your own case. And this is actually a part of the process for a reason. That's why the peer review was put into place, and not necessarily because of the SSC doing it. You need an independent people coming in and making that judgment.
Yeah, but that's not the case, and it's not true.
Hold on, let me finish. Because I think this seems to be a problem where this became a money problem, and then it became the fisherman's problem, in my opinion. And I'm speaking from the fisherman's point of view. So Tony ain't a councilman now. I could tell you how a fisherman think. You cannot have a judge, in my opinion, sitting and judging his own case. This is a process, and it was set up in a certain way for clarity, so that everybody feel that this is clean. This is a clean product. These other people agree with these findings, and hey, they're neutral. There's no neutral party in this. That neutral party has been taken out because the SSC has taken place there, in my opinion. Wait, let me finish, Miguel. I don't mean to cut you out, but just let me finish. I'm sure if I ask legal counsel their take on it, I might get a different opinion. So I'm going to ask legal counsel how they see this process.
I would ask someone from the SSC, either Kevin McCarthy, or I think we also have, which I believe is online, to speak to this issue. But from a legal perspective, there is no issue with what the SSC did. It's in the regulations. There is no conflict of interest or anything of that nature.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, you have John Walter and Kevin McCarthy and Sanai.
Okay, Walter.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry I couldn't be there in person. John Walter, Southeast Fisheries Science Center, Deputy Director for Science and Council Services, for the record. And I just want to mention that the SSCs are really the independent science body that reviews the products and recommends, as Graciela said, the allowable biological catches to the councils. And we really literally rely on those bodies for independent reviews. The councils rely on those bodies for independent reviews of that ABC using the science. So that happens at every council. Not every assessment is going to get the full CIE review. And in this case, because the models were very, very little updates of the previous models that were CIE reviewed successfully, the CIE would have been reviewing about the exact same thing as before. So it would have been not a particularly useful use of time and money. And that's really where the decision was made to say that this was something that could go to the SSC directly because there are updates. We can't, unfortunately, get CIE reviews of all of the assessments, and we're being asked to provide more and more information and more stock assessments and greater throughput. And we just can't do that with every assessment and every product getting the full CIE review. So in this case, the decision was made to have this be able to go right to the SSC. Thank you.
Kevin?
Well, I'm going to defer to John because he's said essentially everything I was going to say. Just to reiterate, this assessment, CR 91, was very much an update of all the data inputs from CDAR 57, which had undergone CIE review. So there were no fundamental changes in the modeling. It was really just an update of the data inputs.
Tonight?
Yeah, so I just had a couple generalized comments regarding this. So the first thing is like the independent expert panel, CIE, that is a step that can be in a CDAR process to review the data and documents that are used in developing the models. But all of that still goes to the SSC for review for them to recommend to the council. Always. The group that determines whether a recommendation to make an acceptable change in anything that goes through CDAR that gets recommended to this council is our SSC, right? Their job is to do like technical and expert scientific advice to the council. If we do not feel that our SSC currently has the people on it that can make that distinction, that is something that we need to deal with at the council, right? We should be able to have experts that are on that can make recommendations based on the data and the information that are going in there, period, because they trump anything that the CIE would put into this review. It is their recommendation that comes to us, and that's why those motions are there. The second thing I would say is I really hear Tony's point about understanding all the acronyms, the process, and the information that is getting used to make these decisions. What I am hearing is that from our fishers, we are not doing a good enough job of educating them on the process and the information necessary for them to help make these decisions at the council level. We have processes in place for that. There's an outreach education advisory panel. If we are not putting enough information and resources through that to develop the information that they need, we need to make that a priority, and that is a decision that can be made here at the council. The second thing is all of these are prescribed processes. These are rules and regulations that are set up both through Magnuson-Stevenson at the federal level, but also through our island-based fisheries management plans. These are extensive documents that have all the information as to how we process that, including the acronyms for everything that gets used in this process in the first 5 pages. They're all listed out. So if we need to take that information and create resources that can help them understand it and use it to make clear reference points on the decisions that we need to make, then we need to do that. But we need to make a motion for that, and we need to put the resources into that, and we need to tell the council staff that that's what we want them to do. But we keep circling around the same issues without decisive action on what needs to be done to address that. Okay? And I really do think that it is not useful to have the same conversations without clear action that we're going to take on. And so I'm not voting today, right? I'm just saying this as EBFM TAP member, but those are 2 recommendations that I think that we should take seriously. The last thing I would say is a really good place to get a lot of that knowledge and information are the Marine Resource Education Program meetings that we've developed for the US Caribbean, right? We were just trying to do one that was going to be St. Thomas fishermen alone. They go through that whole process and explains all of these aspects to you. And we couldn't get enough fishermen to join it. So we had to cancel, and now we're going to a regional approach, right? So I think, you know, we are doing things that are providing resources to help fishers understand that. Maybe we're not advertising it enough. Maybe they're not in a format that's best useful. But I think we need to discuss that rather than talking about a process that is literally already enshrined in rules that we pass and federal laws that we can't change.
Julian?
Julian McGrath for the record. Well, I disagree with half of what Sinai just said, but I'm gonna start off with MRIP since we went there. The acronyms are included in MRIP, but officials have to participate in MRIP. If they don't, the fishers still need to know what's taking place and understand when rules and regulations are put in place. Not saying because you didn't come, you don't need to know. Something needs to be done for them to know. And that's been the process from the very beginning. I've been involved for 24 years. 24 years, not 2 days. 24 years of this process. So they need to be given a sheet that they, all right, these are the acronyms. If I attend a meeting, this is what my homework is, to be prepared for attending that meeting. That's first. And we're going back to the peer review. If the peer review, external review is not going to be done for an assessment, then CEDA needs to change what is said on their website. It clearly states an independent peer review must be done before the process is given to the SSC. I sat in the yellowtail and the stoplight parrotfish process. And what a big commotion that was, because what came out of it, that the information that was presented was not useful because the models could not fit the data. And that's a perfect example of having an independent survey. It's an external set of eyes that is looking at the process and the information that is provided to see if it can be useful or not. Guess who's at the end of the stick? Me, the commercial fisher. When rules and regs and limits are put in place, I'm the one that's taking the loss. You guys are not taking the loss. We are the ones taking the loss. Okay? You see a perfect example of what just happened with the federal shutdown? That's what happens to the fishers when we are shut down. There's no money coming in. Okay? That's a perfect example. So this is why if we have a process in place, we need to follow the process. If we are going to change the process throughout, then we need to put it in the guidelines. Well, if we don't have money to do a peer review, the SSC of that individual council on which we're doing the assessment for will be the one to conduct the peer review. That's what needs to happen. Not just deciding because, all right, we don't have the money today, so we're not going to do it. Lobster is our biggest fishery in the U.S. Virgin Islands. The fishermen are hard for this, okay? I wish my room was filled with all my lobster fishermen today because it would have been an uproar, but we don't want that. We want a working relationship that we have had for the past few years, not to go back to where we was 24 years ago. So this is all I'm saying. If we're going to do it, let's do it the right way. And if we are not, just don't make decisions. Oh, well, this is what we're going to do. The fisherman will be right there to battle you every step of the way. Thank you.
I have someone,
Andy Strelchik.
okay, Andy.
Yeah, thanks everyone. I realize obviously people are very passionate about this issue. I just wanted to emphasize a few things. So one, there is a CDAR steering committee that's comprised of myself and Clay Porch and council directors and other partners that meets twice a year. And we are constantly going through and updating policies and procedures and how the CDAR process operates. Now, there's been a lot of criticism today about the update and it not going through CIE review and then only going through SSC review. But if you go to the CDAR website and you pull up the CDAR policies and procedures document, it'll clearly indicate that updates go through SSC review. It does not say they need to go through CIE review. This is consistent with our process. This is consistent with how other assessments are done in other regions of the Southeast under the CDAR process. And so I feel like we're arguing about something right now that has been in place for quite some time and is very clearly documented as part of our policies and procedures. I recognize there may be concerns with that, and certainly Miguel or others, if they want to voice those concerns at a future CDAR steering committee meeting, can raise those. But in terms of the process, we're very clear that updates can go through and do go through the SSC peer review. Thanks.
Blanchard.
I'm not saying that anything is not being done or, well, let me rephrase that. I'm not saying that they're not doing a good job overseeing the decisions. What I'm saying is, when I swear in this morning, I swear into upholding the laws and everything else and looking out for not only the fishers and the users, the people of the islands, and the Magnuson-Stevens Act. So I want to make sure that when I sit down here and make a decision, it's clear in my head as to what I'm deciding to, and I'm making the right decision. Now, I'm not saying that the SSC group, what Andy just described, that oversees this, that they're hiding anything. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is perception and how something look. It may look a certain way and not actually be happening, but it's the image that you're giving. And I'm not the only one involved in this fishery. And when I got go back and try to explain this to some of the guys that will probably ask me, well, how it went and what I think, I can't sit there with a straight face and try to sell something that I don't believe in. Now, my personal take on the lobster fishery is overmanaged. We got the EU from the president trying to open fisheries, open doors for the American market. And I think we end up contradicting ourselves at times because instead of easing up on regulations, we look like we want to add more. And I'm going to explain to you why now. The lobster fishery, in my opinion, is over-regulated. For the mere fact, we have a 3.5-inch carapace. If we was in Florida, we would have had a 3. So these lobsters that we are just catching, that just made size, in Florida, they would have already taken them. The 3.5-inch carapace also gave way for the lobsters to bear the first eggs. And correct me if I'm wrong, because I ain't a scientist. So them lobsters at 3.5-inch carapace already bearing. You got them in Florida, there's a 3-inch carapace. So in Florida waters, they would have been long gone. The other thing is we live on an island and we don't export our lobsters. We don't export our fish. So when the season shuts down, that people ain't buying, we can't sell. And anybody that is in business knows you don't go catch something you can't sell. It's about moving money. It's about moving your product. So for the months that the island is basically and shut down and you got to cut back on your fishing days, you got to cut back on your activities, that's a closed season. And the lobster fishery. The other thing is what continuously got me puzzled in the back of my mind is I remember years ago when I was the chairman of the Trap Reduction Committee, and it was mentioned to have a study done. Caribbean Council was lucky to get a study done. Now, within that period of time, I think this is the third study that we are doing on the lobsters. So my question is, hey, is there underlying reason for doing this? What are we looking for? Let me put you in fisherman tongue. What are we looking for? We looking for something, we looking to find something. That's like a police officer pulling you over, you have a broken light. Can I search your vehicle? What are you looking for? You stop me for a broken light. Is that the route we taking? Because I behind the 8 ball, that's what it is. I ain't to that. So if we gonna manage sensibly. And with the EO that came down from the president, this ain't showing me that we want to ease up on the regulations. They show me we want to put on more regulations. And who is being regulated? Me, Mr. McGrath, Nelson, John, Winston. That's who's being regulated. I think we got more regulations on us as fishermen than half of the country got as a regular citizen. So I just want us to think about this approach and what's the real reason for this? Coming back with another CEDA assessment on the lobsters, which I don't think anything should be done by lobsters. I think they should regulate themselves for the mere fact we have to shut down business when business is slow. We have a 3.5-inch carapace when that the lobsters are already bearing. So to the end of the day, if you ask me, and by your own words, you say there's nothing wrong with lobster fishery. So tell me what we're looking for.
Heather?
Thanks, Heather Blau here. I guess I just have some clarifying questions for Tony about what are the concerns about the findings of the assessment? Because from what I understand, it's showing the stocks in good shape and the revised ABC and OFL are still above what the landings, what the fishermen are catching. So I wanted to better understand a little bit what the concern is. I don't see this resulting in more restrictive regulations,
Oh,
but
Okay,
Okay.
not let me cut you off. I don't find anything wrong with it. What I do find wrong with it is when we veer from, in my opinion, what is processed to determining because of a money issue that we're not going to go through that hoop. That's what I have a problem with. You know, the rules just can't change because you ain't got money. At least I don't think so. You can't bend the rules because you ain't got money. Because if the guy that was making $100 a day, all of a sudden he break down to $50 and he go thief his neighbor, something out of his neighbor yard, and the police catch him, guess what happened? He got in jail. Does the rules bend for him because he didn't have the money flow? I don't think so.
No more discussions, moving on to the next agenda item. Graciela.
So, I mean, the next agenda item has to do with what we were just discussing about the recommendation that the SSC is making to the council. Can I have, so there is no overfishing and the stocks are not overfished. That's the conclusion of the CDR 91 based on the peer review by the SSC. If I can have the slide of the. Yeah.
If I am mistaken.
So the SSC is recommending for you a change in the ABC, which will bring up and down the ACL depending on the uncertainty in management that you have, because you have to provide the P-star. We had used during this CDR 91, P-star equals 0.45. And that will give you the recommendations for the ACL. So that for the ABC and the ACL. You have to approve the ABC that we have provided from the SSC to then we need to make the changes to the ACLs and that would become a framework amendment to the FMP.
They have to accept the SSC recommendation unless they have a better assessment. So what the law says, and it's already in the MSA, the council rely on the SSC for this type of decisions, and they already have that. So at this meeting, what you need to do is revise your ABC. From the discussion that you have here, it will benefit the fishery. It will benefit the economy so far. And that's where we are. So, Graciela,
Can we have the slide with the table and the ABC, please?
Graciela, the question would be to accept or not by the council the levels of FL and ABC, especially ABC, that are presented here.
That's correct. Or if you have any changes that you would like to make.
Do the first one.
Okay.
So you need a motion for that, Mr. Chairman.
One last thing, all the data that we have available for the lobster that pertains to the US Caribbean was used. There's nothing else, nothing more that we can bring to the table that will change this.
So, wait, we need a motion to move this, otherwise we're gonna be here until tonight talking about this. So the motion it will be to accept or not the ABC recommendation, or FL recommendation, presented by the SSC. So can somebody move it, or we're gonna be looking at each other?
Yeah, I move to accept the recommendations of the SSC.
As shown on the screen that you have here,
As presented on-
OFL and ABC for St. Thomas, St. John, and for St. Croix.
can we get a motion on the board?
Gracias. Díctaselo poco a poco para que lo tengan. Ya ahí lo tiene, ¿verdad? Gracias. While they do that, anything else that you need the council to accept at this time? Sure.
Hi, this is Sarah Stevenson. At the August meeting, you did go ahead and make a motion for staff to start working on a framework for the CDR 91. So with that, I was going to ask, would you like us to bring the same management uncertainty buffer reductions that we've done typically in the past for this species, which is no reduction? So your catch limit would equal the ABC, or a 5% reduction or 10% reduction. Those are the ones that we've usually done in the past. So that would be my only other question. If that looks good to you, then we would bring back those numbers for you to look at based on these ABCs that you are approving here.
So that would be a follow-up to the motion that they have at this time.
I don't think you need a motion for that. I think you would just want to kind of maybe just a verbal vote. Like if you want to do a motion, you can, but it's at this point, it's more direction for staff, but
Yeah,
Council.
whatever we're gonna do, let's make a motion so everybody will be clear on the same page of what is needed, so we don't come back in April talking about the same thing again.
Tony.
Well, I will support a 5% reduction. The 5% that you just said was on the table. I'll
Carlos.
support that.
Carlos, eso es para la segunda parte. No,
Maria.
Hi, just to clarify, Maria Lopez. So Leahai is going to put on the screen the motion that was presented to accept the recommendation of the SSC for the ABCs for St. Thomas and John and for St. Croix. I just wanted to clarify that. And then what Sarah was mentioning is she was asking if the council was agreeing for the staff to bring an amendment for them to review that would incorporate the same % reductions that were used in the past. No decisions to be made in here right now, just to make sure that you're good with those options that we can bring to the council during the next time. And then when we bring that with the evaluation, then you can make your decisions as to what type of percentage you would like to apply to the ABC. Thanks.
good job. And that's what Sarah was referring to. For that, you as chair can say, the staff shall do this, and you don't need a motion. That's what she said. So the motion will be to accept the SSC recommendation, and then for the record, you can say the staff is instructed then to follow what Sarah mentioned. María, ¿está completa? So, Mr. Chairman. So now what you have on the screen will be in agreement with the decision that had to be made today. So we need to read that for the record and then need a second and vote and discussion and vote.
Okay, so the motion reads, motion to accept the recommendation provided by the SSC for ABC from CEDAR 91 for spiny lobster for St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix. And move, we need a second.
So move. Second.
Second by Blanchard. Any further discussion? Julian?
I totally agree with this here, but my concern is because our landings have been below average due to the fact of our market-driven fishery, that we have scaled back our harvest. So we are at a number where we use the average over 21 to 23 to set this new allowable biological catch. My concern is that if we do have a market demand and have a good season, that we can harvest more and we overrun that number. We don't want to see accountability measures kick in. And the reason why it's a perfect example is Puerto Rico, what is happening to Puerto Rico due to the fact that when their allowable biological catch and ACL was set back a few years that I continue bringing up at every meeting, it was said right there in that meeting that we're setting the number lower than can actually be harvested. And that's why they're in this situation that they have been in 7 or 8 times that we know of. We're waiting to get a 24 and 25 numbers in place. So I feel that some kind of statement needs to be made in the motion. We're accepting this, but if there's an overrun before accountability measures kick in, we need to check why there was an overrun. And I know that has been done in the past, and I think it needs to be done for the Virgin Islands, especially the St. Thomas, St. John shelf.
Yeah, Julian, let me make a quick interception here. Remember that the landings for 2024 and 2025 are provisional. That means that it may change or it probably will change. So don't take it as a dogma. Okay.
Yeah.
But I believe that Julian's point had been addressed before, and it's a valid one. And actually, yesterday when we're discussing this, and we can discuss it again, and this is a follow-up to what Sarah talked about. This is the number that you set now. Doesn't mean that the time that you get 1 pound over that, you immediately will have triggered a counter measure. When you get to that point, you have to analyze. Actually, this is part of the process. You have to analyze as to why, what happened. This is a real change in the fishery. Is this something that merits accountability measures? Those are the things that we need to follow. So we are doing nothing here. The council is doing nothing here, but propose to accept the recommendation by the OFL. But in the record, we also will have a discussion and in April, because you need to instruct the staff to look at the same thing that you adopted in August. Look at this fishery now and come back to the council meeting in April with the alternative. And that's when you make a decision. And the record today will show that there is a concern that this is not something in stone, that we have to make sure that if we get to a certain point that we have better data collected or whatever, that the mechanisms that we have in place will allow us to correct or modify whatever we have here on the table. And that's a very important point for the council member and everybody to understand.
Any further discussion? So we're gonna do a roll. I'll start on my left this time with Daniel.
Daniel Matos Caraballo, aye.
Nicole Angeli, yes.
Tony Blanchard, yes.
Roberto, Roberto Sabater, yes.
Vanessa Ramirez, yes.
Okay, I'm
Heather Blau, yes.
Carl Fisher, yes. Any nays? Any abstention? Motion carries. I have a question on this because I remember that St. Croix, for the executive order, St. Croix submitted carryover if they don't meet an ACL. So maybe this would benefit the lobster fishery if you're not meeting your ACL to have that carryover for the following year, which would increase your thinking is correct. Heather.
So the carryover is a much bigger issue that we would have to look at separately. I know that's one of the things that is on the list to explore. That's something that would take more time, I think, to figure out how it could be appropriately applied. To Julian's question, though, I do think that maybe when we bring back the framework amendment in April with the ABC or the ACL alternatives, right? We have the OFL ABC and we'll have the 5, 10, whatever % reductions. We can also review what the AM is at that point and the triggers, like what information we would review to determine if a corrective action is needed. So that's very clear to everyone exactly how that would work when we're making those. I just want to make sure everyone has the information that's on the books. And just while I have the mic, one more thing? I really appreciated Tony and Julian's comments about the importance of making sure that what we're doing is understandable to the people who make an effort to show up, right? And listen and try to participate. And also Sanai's comments about we do have experts, right? That can help us with that, with the O&E Outreach and Education Committee. And I did want to put forward a motion, if I may, and this is, this can be fine-tuned, but something like adding to the agenda of the next outreach and education meeting, an item to look at how existing and new communication tools could be applied in new ways to improve Fisher's ability to engage in council decision-making at meetings and during public comment periods, whether that be like some additional real simplistic slides that we can include at the beginning of some of these more technical presentations, or the handouts that we could have at the meetings, things like that.
Yeah.
You can have a motion of anything that you want, but I'd rather make a note to tell the committee and actually people who are in the committee to prepare a bulletin or any material of the sort that will be able to convey these technical terms in a way that people understand it and may be available. But you are entitled to have an emotion to make it more clear. So people will expect to have that in due time. And also your motion will guide us as to what do you want in this material that we're going to have. We have the social networks, we have the MREP, we have the workshops that are put together by the liaison officers, and in those workshops, we include everything there. And actually, we also need to consult with the fisher because I usually talk to Julian and everybody that has knowledge about this as to the best way to approach this. So the motion will be something that will give us some guidelines. You still want to go with it.
Yes, Miguel, now I remember it was Jim Bonsai. He prepared a set of slides for the fishers, for the public in general, making drawings of what SPR means, what spawning biomass is, what is FM. And I do have those slides, and something like that, similar to that, can be rewritten or updated for the general public and the fishers.
Actually, it wasn't Jim Bonser, it was the other fellow. It's a booklet about all this in layman terms. And that's exactly the idea that I have, just to copy it and bring it to the outreach and education. But also, Janet and I were talking about the new dynamics with the social networks and the ways that we can enhance that. So that was Bolton, who prepared that booklet. And you're right, it's really still, it's still something that we can use as of today. The things that he wrote there haven't changed.
So we need to complete this. Sabater?
I remember when I went to Washington to get my little training, they gave us a little piece of paper like this that had all the acronyms and then right next to me what it was. And we should have one right there, and then anybody who wants to pick it up and use it. I need it sometimes.
So if I get a second, I will help spell it out on the board if people are interested in it. Okay. Okay, let's try this. So motion to add to the agenda for the OEAP meeting, a request to look at how existing and new communication tools could be applied in new ways to improve Fisher's ability to engage in council decision-making at meetings and during public comment periods.
Okay, we need a second for the motion.
Second.
Second by Blanchard. So the motion reads, motion to add to the agenda for the OEAP meeting, a request to look at how existing and new communication tools could be applied in new ways to improve Fisher's ability to engage in council decision-making at meetings and during public comment period. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. Next, that will be,
So what you have in the agenda, it's the St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John Fisheries Spiny Lobster overfishing limits, acceptable biological catches and animal catch limits, which you have provided us with the acceptance of the SSC recommendations. Now the staff will be tasked to move forward the framework amendment for St. Thomas and St. John.
okay.
Okay.
So that takes care of that agenda item?
Excuse me?
It takes care of that agenda item, we still have to,
So no,
okay,
so
okay. So that will be Maria and Graciela.
no, so that's it, what I just said. So do
Okay.
you want to see it in a motion? Do you want to task us in a motion, or you just want to task us to move the framework?
Was on just task, yeah,
Got it.
okay. To what Sarah had mentioned, right? Okay. Alrighty. Next is the accountability measures options for pelagic stocks.
Mr. Chair, before we move to the next presentation, is it possible to have a 10-minute break, please? Thank you.
Let's do that. You second the motion? Do I tell him? I was going to. Oh my God. Okay. So next on the agenda, accountability measures, options for pelagic stocks. That would be Maria, right? Okay.
¿Pero quién es? Sí, o qué?
So what you want then?
What?
I don't give you a water and give a people
Están tratando de vender algo, sí. Good afternoon. This is Maria Lopez with NOAA Fisheries. I'm going to be presenting and talking about, this is a topic that we started discussing during the past council meeting in August, and is a modification of the accountability measures for pelagic stocks under the island-based fishery management plans. And what I'm going to do first is I'm going to give a recap of what was discussed during the August meeting, and then talk a little bit more about what are expectations for today, and then next steps. If you can please go to the next slide, please. Okay, so during the last council meeting, we talked about that our accountability measures for pelagic species and for all other species consists of a trigger, which is something that has to happen for an accountability measure to be basically invoked. And what are the corrective actions that would be in the regulations in case that accountability measure needs to be implemented? An accountability measure is they are established to prevent the ACL from being exceeded again, and they are implemented when the ACL is exceeded. So the issue that we have with the pelagic species is that, you recall, the pelagic species are new to management, and we started managing them with the island-based FNPs, is that the accountability measures that are established for the pelagics, different to the reef fish ones, do not specify a corrective action when the annual catch target or the annual catch limit is exceeded. If you recall from our reef fish and for the lobster fisheries, when an ACL is exceeded and it's determined that it was due to an increase in landings, and other things that are included in that regulation. So NIMS will implement, in the case of reef fish and spiny lobster, there is a seasonal closure. That's what we refer to a corrective action. So for pelagic species, at this time, there is not a corrective action that had been determined. And in the next slide, we're gonna read a little bit about what that AM currently, how it reads for the pelagics. So, we also reviewed that the pelagic species, we have an ACT, and an ACT is an annual catch target. And And it's a target that is basically, we use it to monitor when the it was set at 10% and 90% of the applicable ACL, and it's a target below that ACL, and it will provide stability for the fisheries that fluctuate a lot around a target catch rate. And that's why we have that ACT for this particular pelagic species. And the reason also why the pelagic species have a different AM than the other is because, like we said, they're new to management. We didn't really have that consistent information coming from the landings, and we knew right at some point that we were have to be looking again at the accountability measures and make some changes, right? So this is where we are right now. So one of the things that we also talk about is that, as you all know, Magnuson-Stevens Act have requirements for all species that are managed, that they have to have annual catch limits and they have to have AMs, right? So the need for determining or changing or modifying this AM is basically to comply with these requirements of the Magnuson-Stevens Act, and that's why we are revisiting this. We also discussed during that time, and we'll talk a little bit more about that later, that maybe replacing the ACT with the ACL, using the ACL instead of the ACT as the trigger, because as we talked about during the August meeting, that ACT-ACL monitoring process may not be serving its purpose for these pelagic stocks based on past monitoring when both ACTs and ACLs were exceeded. And this is usually because, I'm sorry, Miguel, yes?
Maria, can you clarify what ACT and ACL?
The annual catch target and annual catch limits. And I mentioned that, the ACL is that level that we set for for the fishers, the harvest levels. And we said that the ACT, it's set under the ACL, and the council decided that wanted to set it at 90% of the ACT. So the thing with the ACT and the ACL is that in the past, based on past monitories, we have seen that for some species, both the ACTs and the ACLs were exceeded, right? So one of the problems that we have with the use of the ACT is that we know that there's no real-time commercial landings available or collection of recreational landings. So that are usable at this time for monitoring. So monitoring commercial and recreational landings to the ACT in season, which will make more sense, is not really possible at the time. So one of the things that the council may want to consider in these modifications for the AM is perhaps getting rid of the use of that ACT if it's really not serving to sport purpose, and then just might as well go ahead with monitoring to the ACL. So the second column that I have in here is some of the things that we also discussed is that we have new size limits for dolphin and wahoo and how they might help to keep harvest below the ACT or the ACL, and that's something to be seen, right? These are fairly new. Understanding that we have set these new regulations, and we still have to know how they are going to be restricting or restraining harvest to the ACL. We also talk about some options to change the trigger, the AM trigger. It says what needs to happen for an AM to be for NIMS to implement an accountability measures. And we also talk about some potential corrective actions, which are your typical corrective actions, your seasonal closure or size limits, adjustment to the size limits, knowing that we just implemented those size limits, or species that do not have size limits, etc. So we talk about all these things. And then at the end, we also talk about challenges and potential approaches that we could take. And it was a very good discussion. There was concerns were expressed about the corrective actions due to the seasonal nature and low ACLs that for some of the species. As we all know, the pelagic species, they come in pulses. Their availability is very dependent to the environment. We also discussed about that the amount of harvest that occurs in the Caribbean may be minimal compared to what may be caught in some other areas if we're going to be looking at the wider Caribbean. So all of those things we have to take into consideration. We would like for the council to take into consideration when we are determining what will be the best way to deal with the requirement that we have to comply with for having an accountability measure to prevent exceeding the ACLs. We also discussed how the matrix process, with the matrix, the evaluation of the stocks that are currently being managed, that Sarah will be talking about later, could change how we are managing federally right now, and maybe a tool that would allow us to have better data to revise those ACLs for some of the species. Okay, so there's a relationship here. Many of these things are going to be related to this process that it's being conducted right now through the matrix, and also some of the things that will be identified, hopefully will be identified to the CDAR 103 that Kevin was talking about earlier. And lastly, we all agreed that the AM design must be biologically appropriate for the species. Okay, so that's a recap of what we discussed during the past council meeting. So now let's go to before we go to the next slide. So what we would like to do here when we are continuing this discussion is to focus more on that trigger, then focus more on what will trigger that AM rather than the corrective actions. We wanted to be able to develop a trigger that allows us to methodically evaluate the landings exceeding the ACL. For example, is there a way that would allow us to consider trends in landings, to look at those pulses before making a decision as to whether to implement that corrective action? So we are also looking at the council to provide ideas on how we can do this, okay? So we have been doing a little bit of brainstorming, but we are counting on you because, again, this is an interesting one. You know, we're talking about pelagic fish and understanding, you know, their seasonality and their biology, et cetera, how we can make this work. So, okay, let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, so this is the current accountability measures that we have in our regulations for all islands, all sectors. The AM would be triggered if the applicable landings, for example, sector landings as available, that will be for Puerto Rico, exceed the applicable ACT for that stock or stock complex, ACT annual catch target. If NOAA Fisheries estimates that landings have exceeded the applicable ACT for a stock or a stock complex, NIMS, in consultation with the council, will determine appropriate corrective action. That's what we have right now. So those two things that I have in there in orange are the two parts of this equation that we have to figure out, right? And the part of the trigger is the one that I would like us to try to focus more on. And then for Puerto Rico, as we know, when landings for one sector are not available for comparison to that sector, ACL and ACT, the ACL or the ACT folder sector that has the available landing is the one that will be for the stock. So basically, right now we have commercial landings that we're monitoring, and we don't have recreational. So we are monitoring to the commercial ACL for Puerto Rico. And for the U.S. Virgin Islands, well, it applies to all sectors at the same time. So we mentioned that the ACT was established to address uncertainty in the landings for these species, all of which are new to management. And this is something, the use of that ACT is something that is consistent with the Magnuson-Stevens Act national standard. And those ACTs were set at 90% of the applicable ACL, and those right now serve as the AM, okay? So let's go to the next slide. Next one, okay, that one, thank you. So this is what we currently do. This is the annual catch monitoring process. Step one, as soon as landings are available each year, Southeast Regional Office staff compares each pelagic stock complex landings to the applicable ACT. If landings are less than the ACT, then no corrective action is required. If landings exceed the XCT, then NIMS notifies the council of the overage. There's a step 2. Although this is not required currently by the Pelagics AM, Zero staff sends a summary memo listing those pelagic stocks with ACT overages to the Science Center for review. And this next step 3, NIMS and the council discuss and determine appropriate corrective action, which is not predetermined in the regulations. What that corrective action would be, we haven't done it yet, right? So, but that is not set. So the requirement that we have to do is that we have to set what is that next step, what is that corrective action. Let's go to the next slide. So we talked about some potential options last time, so let's go through some of those. And again, I will be happy to hear from council members if they have some ideas of how to do that. So as usual, we have the option of not doing anything in terms of changes, at least to the trigger. So let's talk about the trigger. So the trigger right now, as I mentioned earlier, is evaluate landings relative to the applicable ACT based on a moving multi-year average of landings, which right now would be 3 years, the most recent 3 years landings that are available for the stock. If NIMS estimate that landings have exceeded the applicable ACT, NIMS in consultation with the council will determine appropriate corrective action. So this will be us not doing anything about it. What's the problem with this? We already talked about the ACT not serving its purpose. This one is specifically said, use the ACT to monitor the landings. And the other thing is that we have to establish a corrective action. We have a couple of occasions where that ACT has been exceeded. However, there's no corrective action has been determined for that. So again, we want to focus on that trigger. So this is the alternate. This will be like an option 1, like basically retaining what we have. Now let's go to the next slide. Okay, let's focus on alternative 2 here. So this alternative 2 or option 2, potential option 2, again, nothing is set in stone. This is just an idea. So in this one, would evaluate landings relative to the applicable ACL, not the ACT, based on a moving multi-year average of landings, 3 years, which that doesn't change. It's the same thing that we have right now. If the average landings as estimated by NIMS exceed the ACL, apply the AM. NIMS will use the best scientific information available, including considering landings, trends, and pulses to determine if corrective action is necessary to prevent another overage. So this one, as I said, it does not use the ACT for AM monitoring, uses instead the established ACL for AM monitoring, which based on past monitoring would make more sense. Similar to the current AM, uses the multi-year landings for monitoring, which is an average, which is better, but adds a process where NIMS would evaluate the best available science to determine if corrective action is needed. So in this alternative would allow for us to evaluate, for example, if you have 3 years and you have 1 year that you have a really high landings, then we could take a look at those landings and evaluate why, what is the reason of those landings? Is it for something environmental, etc.? So it would give us the opportunity to use the best available science to see if corrective action is needed, okay? So the idea here is to try to, try to focus on what's really is happening with these landings before there's a decision as to whether a corrective action, whatever corrective action is decided or later on, it's needed, right? And hopefully this will be something that will help us understand better the fishery, how the fishery is operating, and if for whatever reason it's necessary to do a corrective action, it will give an opportunity for there to be agreement, right, on why it's needed. Because again, the reason for having an AM is to prevent the ACL from being exceeded again in the next year. Okay, so option number 3 is basically the same thing, but the difference is that this one, it's pretty straightforward. If you go over the ACL, apply the AM, right? This one doesn't use the ACT, uses the ACL, similar to the other one. You're still using the average, but does not include a review process, which may be more into a disadvantage than option number 2. So those are the two, kind of like the two things that we have right now for triggering. I think the alternative number 2 or option number 2 really gives that opportunity for evaluating the reasons why they would be and increasing the landings, right? So versus obviously the other one, we're still using the ACL, but doesn't include that process, right? And it's still a reasonable alternative, but it's up to the council to decide what they would like to do. Okay, so let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, and here's the question. Do you have anything else that you would like to suggest in here? So we can talk about this later after the presentation. We're happy to hear you. But doesn't matter what we do. I think something that we could include in here is the council should also periodically review and reevaluate the system of ACLs and AMs and modify if necessary to improve their performance and effectiveness. I think this is something that kind of covers what we have been all talking about earlier today. Okay, so that is the AM trigger. Now let's go to the corrective action. Next slide, please. So right now, what we have is NIMS in consultation with the council will determine appropriate corrective action. And as I mentioned earlier, we have to determine what that corrective action will be. However, what we're trying to do here is we set that corrective action, but we really want to focus on that trigger, okay? So hopefully we can identify what's going on with the fishery and maybe there's no need ever to do a corrective action, right? So we should probably, it will give us the opportunity to really evaluate what's going on with the fishery. However, as I said, we have to do some corrective actions. We have some potential options to consider. This is what is in the toolbox. And so as they do in other regions for pelagic species, they have seasonal length reductions, which is like the reef fish, reduce the length of the fishing season for all sectors by the amount necessary to prevent landings from exceeding the ACL in the year following the determination. If this was something that the council would like to explore, there's other things that they could do like with that. For example, if there were to be a corrective action that it was a seasonal closure, when should that be? Should it be a predetermined short-term closure during a high season? Should it be a variable time closure, depending on how much they went over the ACL? Like, for example, December 31st backward or September 30th backward or January 1st. Those are things that the council could decide based on, perhaps you can look at landing trends or the species seasonality. What would make the most sense? Next slide. The other two things that are usually in the toolbox for as accountability measures and to control effort is adjusting size limit, modifying the size limit for those species with one, or implement the size limit for those without one to prevent landings from exceeding the ACL in the year following the determination. We have to consider that we just recently implemented size limit for dolphin and wahoo to limit mortality and protect fish prior to reaching mature spanning sizes. In Puerto Rico, we have other species that are being currently managed, pelagic species, and the U.S. Virgin Islands is just dolphin and wahoo. Those species in Puerto Rico, they do not have a size limit. Would that be something that could work out for those species? We don't know. That will be part of the evaluation if this is something that the council will consider. And then the other one is adjusting recreational back limits or implementing commercial trade limits. Again, these are just options. modifying the recreational back limit for dolphin and wahoo, or implemented a trip limit to prevent landings for exceeding the ACL. Those bullets are just noting a couple of things related to this particular one. We have recently implemented dolphin and wahoo. We still don't know how that's working out. The recreational limit will not apply to other pelagic species managed under the Puerto Rico FMP because, one was not implemented before. We don't have recreational data available for monitoring, so that gives a big difficulty in this. This could be something, both trip limit for commercial recreational back limits that will be kind of difficult to implement and communicate if there are changes annually. For example, if in the case that a corrective action need to be implemented, need to be in place, we will have to communicate that for the upcoming year, there would be a change in the recreational back limit, or they would be, a commercial trip limits. There are certain difficulties in the implementation of doing that, and communication, of course, and buy-in. And obviously it could lead to regulatory discards because, if there's a back limit of a trip limit, whatever you cannot take, you're going to have to return it back. And of course, the more regulatory discards, the more you can increase fishing mortality. Okay, so those are just a couple of options for us to be thinking about. And then let's go to the next step. This is just not a long presentation or anything. This is just meant to give a recap of what we talked about last time, to bring some new ideas, to get your input with the understanding that these are very special animals, right? That they are not reef fish. And with the understanding also that we do have a requirement from the Magnuson-Stevens Act that we have to set appropriate AMs for the species. So these are the next steps. These are the expectations for this meeting and the future. We want to discuss. We want to include your input. We also want the council to consider that there are other ongoing processes, such as the stock evaluation, the new management measures for dolphin and wahoo, for us to decide when to further develop this action. And then we have a working group. We have an IPT. There was a motion during the past council meeting to create an IPT to develop. We could, based on the input that we receive from the council, the idea would be to prepare an options paper for consideration at the April 2026 meeting. I think that's all I have for now, and then we can open this for questions, for comments, for input, etc. Thank you.
Maria, before we get into the question and answer, what do you expect from this meeting to proceed with what you need to do?
What our expectation for this meeting, again, these are potential options that we're presenting here, that we are trying to, I know there's not a ton of options, but this one is a difficult one. We are expecting input from you. If you are agreeable with what we have in there, if you are not agreeable with that, if there's anything that you will like us to consider. And we don't really need a motion or anything. What we need is, once you are kind of have like an idea of where would like us to go, then we can bring an options paper for your consideration. No decisions or anything, just an option paper for your consideration in April.
Follow up. And this will be for dolphin, wahoo, and pelagic species.
Correct. This is a modification for the accountability measures for pelagic stocks under each one of the management plans. We have dolphin and wahoo is managed under the 3 management plans. Those are the only 2 species under each one of the St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix. And then Puerto Rico has those 2 and several other species that are included in there.
Thank you.
Blanchard.
Well, I got a couple of options. I don't know which one of them will fly, but I can put them out there. As for the pelagics, I think we mismanaging them for the mere fact that we all know they're highly migratory. So what I'm saying is not that we don't manage them, we move them from the council managing them to HMS. Suggestion number one. Suggestion number two, where I see to be a problem, especially in the Virgin Islands. We just currently came up with a recreational program. And I suspect that some of the recreational fishers are going to be catching dolphin and wahoo. And they're going to plug their numbers in along with the head boats. And where before, when this all started, and this was the argument on the table, where I said we did not have the information to move forward to put ACL on it. It was pointed out to me that anything that the council manages needs an ACL. So I see where we have a, bring it back to the second slide, the one where you gave the options. The slide just before the correctives. Potential options.
Are you for the trigger or for the corrective actions?
Just before the correct, I think it's
Next
the slide, I believe, just before the corrective actions.
Another one. Another one. This one.
Yes.
Okay. Ah, one more in the back. Para atrás, sí. Okay, so number 2.
Yes, number 2. So how I see this playing out is this. Because we don't have the information to back the fishery, especially in the Virgin Islands, because of how it was monitored, we need something that is going to be able to be flexible. I think option number 2 is flexible, where we deal with once it is triggered, that we look into why it has been triggered, and then we come up with where the correctives would come in as to us starting out with either, after we figure why it is triggered, we come down with a size limit, we increase that size limit for the next year, for the next 3 years. We can't do that?
So the action that we will be taking is for the next year. It will be
A 1-year deal?
yes.
Okay, good. So we increase those size limits for the next year, and then we come back to phase 1. Or if that does not work, then we go with a shortened season. The only problem with the shortened season or the shortened trips is that because this fishery is so unpredictable, that I don't know how you'd actually manage that to determine how much days you would take out of that fishing year. So I think that would be the more complicated route. So I think by increasing the size of the fish, that would be some kind of buffering system. How much the increase in size, I really don't know. But I think that would be the more adjustable way of dealing with that fishery.
Julian. Julia McGrath for the record. Great presentation, by the way. But I see some issues, and maybe Maria, you and the team can maybe try to create something out of what I'm going to say that we can get up on the slide. If not today, at the next meeting. So what you made a statement early in your presentation that maybe one of the one way to bring the levels down, the catch limit level down, is it might drop because we have just put a size limit in place. Well, the issue, what I see with that, is because we put a size limit in place, the fish that we're going to be catching are going to weigh heavier. So reaching the existing number right now can happen even quicker. if we're having a good season. So I think it's the opposite way around. And we need to look at that. And then and I think we should monitor that for 3 years. Since our annual catch limits, I think, are reset every 3 years or looked at on an average every 3 years. I think we should look at that since we have implemented these new size limits. Another note that I made here is Fish and Wildlife gave out some new licenses for line fishing. I don't know how many licenses were given out, but, and if Fish and Wildlife has any numbers as yet on the pelagic sides of what has been harvested. So with these new licenses, is this going to drive the annual catch limit over the edge even faster? So that's another big one in the equation. So with that being said, monitoring of the catch per unit effort, CPUE, see where that has increased or decreased within these 3 years of monitoring that I'm proposing. And like Tony said, we need now to look at the new recreational data, because now that will be also incorporated into the landings of these two species. Because we're a market-driven fishery, our market has been down of what we can actually sell over the years. And I want to say this especially for the pelagics. What I have seen over the last few months, because of the new tariffs that were put in place, the companies here in St. Thomas, St. John, that bring in the wahoo and the mahi-mahi and whatever else, their numbers has increased in price to the restaurants, the hotels, etc. So right now, we are receiving more calls in demand of the fresh local product. So what I see happening there is it also goes back to the CPUE, is that the fishers now are going out more often to try to get the wahoo and the dolphin, because the demand is there this season. That's what I've been seeing. So that's another thing for us to look at. And last but not least, when we put together our statement for the executive order, we ask that the dolphin and the wahoo be removed from a managed by ACL species, but not that it goes away. We still keep track of the landings. We keep track of what this fish is doing and manage it right now through the size limits that are implemented right now. And I think if this council would come up with a 3-year design out of what I just said, if it makes sense to everyone, I think it would be a great starting point to look at these two species especially, and then determine, after that information has been gathered, do we actually need to change the annual catch limit? Do we actually need to still manage these species? What we should do. But I think right now, because of all that is going on, we don't have enough information to proceed with an AM accountability measure, because we just had an overrun. Thank you. That's my statement.
Crespo and then Tony.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nelson Crespo for the record. Well, Julian, you almost said all what I have it in my mind, but I just want to add that recently was implemented as a regulation for, especially for Wahoo and Mahi, that all the fishing communities are in favor of that. And if now is pretending to apply, to develop an accountability measure for those species, what's going to happen is that you are going to be promoting the imports, something that we are start fighting for a long time. And I think that is not fair that when the fishing communities support this new regulation because they want to protect the species, it's not necessary to put, more rocks in the middle of the road, and because this is a pelagic species, sometimes come a lot of them, sometimes in the season don't come because that depends on on the currents where the food is. Maybe they turn and go to Santo Domingo, or maybe they go to Venezuela. They not always pass from the same side, and that's going to, and the fishermen, commercial and recreational, going to be penalized if you pretend to implement accountability measure. And the only people that are going to be in favor are the people that import the fish to our islands. Thank you.
Tony?
I think either way you twist it or turn it, it ain't an easy decision. But like I was saying, especially with the new licenses that came out of recreational licensing and the mandatory head boats that they have to also send in their catch reports, these numbers will skyrocket. I don't see no way around it because it wasn't monitored. They was not being monitored before, and now you're asking all of this flow of information to come in. So the only place this could go is up. What I'm afraid of is that we will come to a point here where we are going to be over managing and over penalizing the user groups, let's say, because we don't have the data to back what is sustainable. That's what I'm afraid of. So either way we twist this or turn it, this has to have some kind of flexibility to recognize that something else might be going on, and it does not mean that the fishery is in a overfished state. Because to be honest with you, I don't see how, if they're overfished for the Virgin Islands, okay, let's just put it out there. Then I mean, I have to also be overfished for Florida. And I will tell you why now. Because these fish passing through. And they don't always, just like Nelson say, pass through the same route. They follow the currents, they follow the bait fish. They go where they carry them. So where you may have a season that is very slow, like I said, this is not refish. Refish is completely different. You might have a season that is very good. So you could be penalizing them for something that they have just basically hit the last one. So once again, we need to be very careful as to what route we take if we are going to manage a species.
Thank you. Thank you all for your comments. Okay, so a couple of things. I have one question for Julian. Julian, did you, you guys, when you submit your landings, did you count the number of fish or just the weight?
I would have to defer that to Fish and Wildlife because I don't fish in for pelagics.
Okay. Sanai, please.
Yeah, for commercial, they do pounds.
They do pounds. Okay, thank you for that. So one of the things that I mentioned in the beginning is that there have been discussion before about the ACLs that were set for the pelagics, and one of the things that the council was interested in doing is precisely with better information, revise those ACLs. So those were some of the things that we're wanting to do. However, through the matrix process, to this identification of the data that it's available, what are the needs, and through all that process with the criteria, et cetera, the idea is that that will give us better information so we can go. One of the next step is to possibly revise those ACLs to incorporate things that we know now about the species that we didn't have before in terms of how like how the fisheries are behaving and more landings information, et cetera. Now, one of the things I want to clarify with respect to the ACLs is that for the U.S. Virgin Islands, we have one ACL that applies to all the sectors, right? Because we don't have recreational information. Now the recreational information is starting to be collected, and ideally in the future, hopefully in the near future, there will be an opportunity to have sector ACLs for all fisheries in the U.S. Virgin Islands. So the way that that we are monitoring right now is we're monitoring only to that commercial ACL, not to the recreational. So if there was increases or landings that are going to be collected for recreationals, those at this time are not going to be counted against that ACL because we don't have a way of monitoring that right now that is not incorporated in there. So the way that this works right now, when the commercial sector reaches their ACL for reef fish, right, because the pelagic is a different story, then, and the AM is triggered, and it's determined that it was due to increased reporting, then there's an accountability measure through a corrective action that is implemented and closes all the fishery, like for both recreational and commercial. So that's how it works right now. So ideally, like I said, this new information has been corrected, this data that is being collected for the recreational sector would allow to potentially for the creation of a sector ACL for that will be more reflecting of how that fishery operates. So I think that at least for right now would remove that risk of going over the ACL, that the ACL that is established right now from the recreation because of the activities of the recreational sector. The other thing I wanted to talk about is about management of the species. So species that are federally managed, which means that they're included in our management plans, have to have ACLs and AM. That's part of the requirements of the MSA. But they also have other regulations, like it was mentioned, some species have size limits, some have trip limits, et cetera, et cetera. If a species is removed from federal management, and then those regulations will disappear. So that's something that council should take into consideration. We cannot have, both things. So he's like, you are either managed or you're not managed, right? So I want us to keep that into consideration when we're thinking about removing species and keep track of species. So because if you remove something from federal management, at least from the federal portion, that those regulations will go away with certain exceptions that Sarah can talk about that later. I think that's all I have. And then I think thank you for your suggestions, Tony, about the option number 2. I think what you said is right on the spot. Flexibility. This species require or need an AM, a trigger for the AM that would allow that flexibility. So that evaluation of what really is going on in that fishery, precisely because of the seasonality, because of the variability on how the species are going to be landing. So any options that the council may want to consider should incorporate that flexibility in there. Not having an AM, they have an AM right now. It's just that because they're required to have an AM, it's just that we don't have a corrective action. So let's just take this opportunity to modify this accountability measure that is required, that it better suits the species that we are managing. And I think Heather had an additional comment that she wanted to mention, Mr. Chair.
Heather and Sabater.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Marie just covered so well many of the topics many of the points I wanted to make. I'll just I wanted to highlight a few other things that I heard from Tony and Julian and Nelson. That was some really good input. I appreciate like the thoughtful input that you guys provided. So in terms of if we want to look at additional trigger options, and so the goal is to bring back in April, like kind of a robust set of options to look at that you guys can explore. We'll look at the pros and cons of the various ones and explore them in more detail. And then at that point, decide which we would want to move forward on. The number 2, where we had tried to develop one that incorporated a little more flexibility based on, I think it was maybe Tony's comment about the new, or no, it was Julian, the new size limit might actually cause an overage, right? Because the poundage is going up. I mean, that might be one of the things that we want to incorporate into including the considering landings, trends, pulses, and the impacts of new regulations, right? We could incorporate that into one of the things that we look at in determining whether the corrective action is needed. And then thought there was one more here that I got out of there. The concerns about the recreational data, right? Increasing landings. I mean, Maria addressed that. We also have baked into here, I think, that same look that we do for the reef fish and the other fisheries, that if there is an overage, one of the first things we do and look at to see is the overage caused by enhanced reporting versus an actual overage. And so even if those landings did make it into the mix, that would be addressed there. So it wouldn't be an actual overage. And then Tony's idea about starting with increasing the size limit first, and then maybe if that doesn't work, doing a season, I think that might be a modified option for the corrective action, the suite of corrective actions that, in addition to just the size limit or the season limit alternative, maybe we could incorporate some combination there where we would start with one and only move to the next if, for example, there was another overage right after we did a size limit increase the following year. The only other point I wanted to make, and then I'll go back to you, Julie, is that so we don't have the flexibility to not take action if we exceed an ACL. If we exceed the ACL and we know that we exceeded it because landings exceeded the catch limit that we set, then we're required to do something. But we do have some flexibility about how we do that and how we decide what to do. We need to put the corrective action in place. But what we're really trying to do is focus on the trigger so that that corrective action would only be triggered when it's very clear based on the science and stakeholder input that it's actually needed because there's a problem in the fishery. And so looking at landings, trends, pulses, are landings increasing because of the change in regulations, things like that, would hopefully allow people to have more confidence in any action that will be required when we did take action. And then this is really considered, I think we're considering it to really be interim action while we work on the species matrix, CDAR 103, and all these longer term actions where maybe the council will decide to move the pelagics to the ecosystem component species where they're just managed. We still have management measures in place. Maybe there's rationale to do that. Maybe you guys will decide to take them out of the FMP and we'll ask HMS to pick them up. Those are all decisions that could be made through the matrix amendment if we have the proper rationale to do that. So this is kind of like the interim action we take now to comply with the requirements while those things are all being developed.
Sabater.
I have something that I'd like to be clarified. We're talking about the management of these species, and we have settled on their sizes and settled on it. Do we have any idea, or probably we know, how is this fish that goes from here all the way up there and back to the Carolinas, how are they managed it over there to make sure that we're on the same page as they are on the management of this fish so that we are not either above, below, or because this is not a territorial fish, it's a pelagic. Are we on the same page as all the other areas?
Thank you for your question, Salvatore. Yeah, they do have management measures in place that are kind of like similar or consistent with the measures that we have in the Caribbean. Sarah will have, she's looking for specifics right now, but there are size limits, and there's also, of course, accountability measures with corrective actions that involve for them, I think involves closing the fishery, again, with the same process if it's determined using the best available science as well. So this is not something new or very different than what it's been done in other areas, of course. I mean, we're just trying to be, there's an understanding that there's some flexibility done in here. There's size limits too. That perhaps I think the biggest difference from other parts of the region is the availability of in-season monitoring, which is something that unfortunately we do not have at this time, meaning that they are able to keep up with the trends in the landings. And by doing that, they're able to make decisions more on the fly, I would say. Versus in our case, we have a lag on the landing, sometimes a year, sometimes 2 years. So that means that we are making decisions based on information, basically on yesterday news, if we want to say it like that. But that's the best available that we have. But that doesn't, but we do, we could have options like to, even if it's perhaps unofficially, try to see, look at some trends as well. So, I don't know, Sarah, you have additional info? Thank you.
Yeah, I have the regulations in front of me from the South Atlantic. They manage dolphin and wahoo under a fishery management plan for just those 2 species. So they do have size limits that are actually for dolphin. I think for both species are smaller. Dolphin is 20 inches off of Florida, Georgia, and South Carolina. So they do manage it. They have recreational bag limits. They have commercial trip limits. They have the accountability measure that closes the season if they've gone over their limits. So they have a lot of that same, the regulations that we have. They just seem to be more, like I mentioned, commercial trip limits. We just have the annual catch limits. They have those as well, but they have an additional commercial trip limit. So they have a little bit more regulations for these species, but their catch limits are much greater than what our catch limits are in the Caribbean. So they just kind of have a few more regulations. I can show you specifics if you want to know, but yes, to your question, they manage it along the Atlantic coast.
Julian?
Yeah, Julian McGrath for the record. Having some discussion here with my counterparts. I have a concern. I heard Tony's suggestion, but I have a concern with us trying to raise the size limit if there's an overrun. Due to the fact that if you increase the size limit for the following year, then those species or those fish will be released and they will go into somebody else's economy. There's no guarantee they're going to come back to me next season at a bigger size. Because I think pretty much from what I have looked at is most of the rules and regulation in place in other jurisdictions have similar size limits to what we have. So I don't think that's an option that we should go with for that reason. Are we going to release the fish here and then it's going to be allowed to catch in Florida? What are the chances of that fish coming back in the next season as a bigger fish? So that's a concern that I have, and Nelson and Gerson. So I think we need to look at a different option. I don't want it. Sounds great as an easy fix to an overrun, but I think we need to pay a little bit more attention to the CPU effort and the market, especially during these times that we are facing. I think it's a starting point, and that's my comment.
Any more discussion? Good. Think we got something to work with. And I'm not sure what's gonna happen with this commercial fishing license that we're issuing now, that they're strictly for line fishing. You're not allowed to do anything else with a commercial license, so we don't know how many of those are doing reef fish, line fishing, or how many of those are gonna go out for pelagics. So that's something that we'll have to look at also. And maybe some interviews with, I mean, when I go back to St. Croix, I can interview some fishers that are strictly pelagics. So see what kind of input they can give me. Gert.
Professor Martinez, for the record. I think a lot of thought and a lot of communication took place to reach to size limits for now to just come and change it out of the blue. I think we should let that size limit and those numbers run for a couple of years. I would say 3 to 5 years, and then come back and evaluate. Now is not the time to keep adding burden to our fishing industry. It's very hard. It's very pricey to be a pelagic fisherman, and we don't need to put no more burden on the fisherman. I think we should work with what we have right now in the books, that we work very hard for a lot of years. Didn't happen in 2 years. I think it happened I think we've been talking about this for probably 15, 20 years. Because I remember when you guys first brought up pelagic fishery being regulated, we fought like hell to prevent you guys from doing this. And now that we agreed with what those numbers and those size limits are, I don't think now is the time to change that. Not out of the blue like that.
Heather?
Just one more question then about the options that we look at for corrective actions. So right now we had size limits, seasonal closures. I was thinking maybe we could add the combo alternative with the size limit and seasonal closure, but are there any other actions that you guys would suggest we consider? So the intent of the accountability measure requirement is just if we go over 1 year, to prevent the same thing from happening the next year. It doesn't mean the stock's overfished or anything. The requirement is to make sure it doesn't happen the following year. So if we're looking at ways that we can first, if we don't expect it to happen again the following year, and that's what we're doing with the trigger, looking at trends, pulses. If we don't expect it's going to happen another year, under option 2, then we don't need to implement the corrective action. If we do expect it's going to happen the following year, then what kinds of corrective actions would you suggest outside of a seasonal closure that could help maybe bring down effort a little bit to prevent that from happening?
Gerson?
Nobody here can predict the future. I think we have been telling you guys over and over and over. Mr. McGrath brought a big point, and I really agree with him a while ago. Donald Trump raised the tariff on imports, and now we have the potential to not exploit, but to promote what Mr. Trump has been telling us to do, local catch fish. And yet we're here trying to prevent the fishermen from doing what our president has been asking you guys for us to permit us to do. We can do the job, but if you guys tie our hands and put us in positions like this is going to continue happening. And when these industries that are being important, robbing the dollars out of our pockets, because we have not been able to compete with this industry until now that this opportunity has been given to us. I think you guys should evaluate these numbers and see for next year and probably the year after that if these numbers keep going higher or stay neutral or even, and then you can evaluate and say we can go up with annual catch limits instead of cutting us from being able to harvest from a fish that just passes through here. It's not a reef fish. We are not hurting the resource. This fish comes through, and that's why we fought against regulating pelagics, because as I said earlier, they are just passing through here. And we have the ability to feed the industry a fish that is passing through, but we cannot tie our hands now because probably somebody didn't submit cash reports, or somebody submitted too much cash reports to probably wash money. We had those issues in the past where drug dealers have been washing money, saying they're catching species that they're not even brought to land, but we, the fishermen, has been paying the what is the word I should say? The consequences. So I think you guys should analyze this information a little longer. And when I say longer, I mean 2-3 years. Mr. Roland always says to make regulations, it takes 2 to 3 years. That's the fastest you guys could do it. Take that consideration, analyze these numbers again for a couple of years, and see if the fishery is stable to keep producing the resource for the Caribbean and the mainland and United States of America. But don't take drastic measures that are going to hurt the conventional fishermen of these Virgin Islands. Thank you.
Okay, I got Sinai, and then I got to move forward.
So I just, I have a question, Maria. If the issue is that we want to evaluate the other information coming in, can you not limit it to commercial landings? Simple ACL where we come from commercial landings, not taking in the recreational, and go with like an evaluation of those landings based on existing ACLs? Right. The other option, it seems to me, is are we able to have something that we manage without a proxy for like a landings limit, right? We need a proxy for MSY, correct? There's no way for us to manage it without not having something like an ACL, an OFL, or ABC, or an ACT. That's in our rules. So the only option not to have that, where we set something with an AM or an accountability measure, is to say we're not going to manage it. We decided that we're managing it now, so we're trying to identify one that would be the most reasonable one based on the information we currently have. So we can make a recommendation to remove it completely from management, but then that removes our ability to set limits on size and bag limits. And so I think if that's what you're recommending, like, let's recommend that, and then let's evaluate that as a question for the council to decide. If that's not the direction we're recommending, let's identify an AM trigger that fits best within the limits of the knowledge that we have.
Heather?
Yeah, so I think we could revise number 2 to include, say, commercial landings, trends, and pulses, right? To get at that first, Sinai's first point. And then the second point, yeah, I think that we can look through the matrix amendment. You know, that Sarah is going to be speaking about the matrix amendment next, and that's the amendment we're looking at to decide which species we still want to manage, take out of the FMP or move to ecosystem component. And we can also look in that amendment at how we want to manage any changes that we might want to make to the pelagics there. But as long as they are in the fishery management plan as managed species, then they do need to have the catch limits and accountability measures, and all of these regulations requirements apply.
Just to be clear, you're talking about including an option the staff can review of dropping the wahoo and dolphin from fishery management?
Not in this amendment. That's part of this. That'd be part of the matrix amendment.
But we were talking before to drop it from here and send it to HMS. And by the way, HMS doesn't deal with this little guys. So we want to make sure what we are telling the staff to bring to the meeting in April. So Maria, do you have a clear?
Yeah, I think we have kind of like a clear idea of what we need to bring. I think it's clear from this discussion that the options that we will provide, they have to be flexible to accommodate for the, the particularities of the species, something like alternative 2, will be an option that seems palatable. I mean, we can definitely explain more. What does that mean? What are the kind of things that we will be looking at, et cetera, and how the process would take place. And in terms of corrective actions, we can certainly bring back all of these options and with pros and cons. I mean, we have council members have provided some input and some of these corrective actions. Also, our DAP chairs provided some input as well. And we appreciate all that feedback. And that's actually part of the evaluation. Let's do some pros and cons so that the council can make an informed decision as to what do they like to include in an amendment for an alternative. So I think this is good. And this is where we wanted to go. I mean, we have a requirement. We'll deal with it. We understand, like I said in the beginning, we understand the issue with the ACL. We understand that there's going to be some changes in the fishery precisely because, we're now collecting recreational data. So that's something that will need to be addressed at some point. We understand the need for, for having, better reporting, et cetera. We can certainly request information from the territories about, if there are new licenses or how many fishers are fishing right now, which is something that we include when we do our analysis. So we'll do the best we can in getting this information and bringing it back to the council so they can, the idea will be to bring an options paper for this and get input.
So I see, Mr. Chairman, that you stop it here and let the staff work. And then by the spring meeting, we will be able then to see the different options, taking into consideration the discussion.
Okay, so one more point from Julian, and then we'll move to Sarah's presentation.
I have a question. Julian McGrath for the record. I have a question and then an option. So my question is, do we have a timeline on when the decisions would be made on the executive order? How do I put it? The different DAP's presentations, what will be the outcome from those presentations, and what would we like to see? Do we have a timeline on when those decisions would be made? And then again, my counterparts, another option would be no action.
Mr. Chairman.
So the information that has come from the ad hoc.
Yeah, on the first part, we have to wait until after December 15th because they opened the comment period for another 2 weeks. And then we will see from discussion with NOAA Fisheries Washington, they will send to all the councils feedback onto the next steps. In the meantime, the council are expected to keep working as we are doing here with the matrix that Sarah put together and the management measures that we need to move forward. So that's where we are regarding the 14276.
Okay. Now we go to Sarah.
Hi, Sarah Stevenson. To answer Julian's question about the timeline, what I was hoping for the matrix presentation between now and April is that the planning team would really flush out what we're going to discuss today and bring back to you what that looks like as far as the species managed. And then one of the things I would like to do is compare that to what the DAPs and the FAC recommended and that ad hoc committee. So kind of like show you what came out of the planning team process for the amendment and how that compares to all the other things that have happened in the last few months regarding that EO. So that's kind of what I wanted to do. So you could see, okay, we recommended dolphin and wahoo come out maybe the planning team, maybe those stay in and we talk about the pros and cons of that. Maybe some of the groupers that I think you recommended could come out, maybe those will shake out. And so you'll be able to line up your recommendations and how that fits with the current draft options in the amendment. And then we can talk about that at that point and say, okay, we still want those to shake out. So what then could you recommend the council do? So that's kind of what my plan was, but I don't have a timeline other than you'll maybe see something in April.
Okay, so next on the agenda, Sarah, for a matrix review of stocks.
Don't touch Maria's microphone. I'm Sarah Stevenson from the NOAA Fisheries Office, and I am going to run through, hopefully quickly, but not too quickly, what we started discussing back in August at that council meeting for revising the species that we manage. And Maria kind of showed you this morning the why we're doing that is to try to, just become a little bit more efficient with our federal fisheries management and really focus on species that are caught, targeted in federal waters that the council feels based on this list of criteria really do require conservation and management. Next, please. So back in August, we reviewed guidance, which kind of walks you through which stocks do need federal conservation and management. So the national standards under the Magnuson-Stevenson kind of give you 10 factors to consider, such as, is it targeted by the fishery? Are there adequate management at the state or in our case, territorial level? So there were 10 factors that we kind of ran through. If you want a refresher, I think it's included after my conclusion slide we could look at, but basically there's 10 things there. And then we also looked at the criteria that the council came up with when developing the fishery management plans for the 3 island platforms. So there were 5 of those, and they kind of were a wide range. And we looked at those 5 and then kind of which species lined up with each of those criteria, just to kind of show you that, for instance, there were a lot of species that were added due to their ecological importance. So anyway, so we looked at all of those species, and I think, again, I have that as a reference slide if we want to see that. We discussed using what we at CIRO put together called the matrix, which is just a large summary of data that we have for each of the species that we manage over, almost everything that we could gather in the few months that we worked on this between the April meeting and the August meeting. So it's just a lot of information, and we were thinking that we could use that as a tool to maybe, if we wanted to revisit the criteria, so like what you use to include species in your management plan, maybe we could give that just a little facelift. So we talked about the species matrix. We showed you the list of quantitative and qualitative variables. So for instance, is it included on the current catch report form? Maybe from the commercial landings for the last X amount of years, how many of those landings were reported in federal water? So that would be like a number versus the other one is a yes, no. So we looked at a wide range of variables in that matrix. And so at the August meeting, the council did make a motion to go ahead and start developing an amendment to revise those criteria, which would then theoretically revise the list of species that we're managing. We didn't get as far as we wanted to, but we did look at, what was recommended at that August meeting, and we're bringing back some kind of criteria a little bit more flushed out to review today. We'd like to get your input and say, is there anything that you want to add? For instance, based on our last discussion with pelagics, maybe we want to look at a criteria that's specific to the pelagic species that we're managing, and maybe we draft one there. I will, if the council doesn't suggest that, I probably still would mention it to our planning team and just get their input because it's a wide variety of sources, protected resources, habitat, all, everybody giving their input. So next slide, please. We also talked about what's the starting point for this, and we didn't want to open it back up necessarily to every species ever. So we thought that we would just start with the stocks that we're currently managing under the 3 fishery management plans. And then the first criteria, real easy, could be we would keep managing it if they are currently classified as overfished. That was one of the criteria we showed back in August. But it's an important one, and so it's easy enough. There's only a handful of species that are currently classified as overfished, so those would come in. The next kind of criteria to consider is retained stocks that are predominantly caught in federal waters. And here are just 2 examples. For example, if 50% or more of what's reported are reported in federal landings, you keep those species. And then an even higher number is 75. So the 75 would probably result in fewer species being managed because maybe there's fewer species being reported from federal water. So those numbers in green, again, are numbers that the council can feel free to say, we don't like those numbers, we want to do something different. In this instance, there's only 2. If you wanted to see 3 numbers, kind of like a low, medium, and high, you could give us that input today. From the August meeting, we had a similar kind of criteria, like just drafted, and we also had one that said, look at the ranking of the species and where it fits. So if a fisherman catches 100 species, but their top 3 are, let's just do lobster, dolphin, and red hind. If that's their top 3, then we could come up with numbers to say, well, let's retain their top 3 species for fishermen. We didn't include that here because we thought that maybe just using the landings themselves, which is the next one, would maybe get at that. So the third one is just look at what they're targeting. And this again is going to be for what's reported. So it's going to be for all waters. And so we came up with just some generic numbers. Maybe you keep everything that's 5,000 pounds or more. These are all per species, individual species, or you could look at 10,000 pounds. I know sizes of fishes differ, so maybe this would be something where you could give input, like that number would work for this species, but it wouldn't for that. So that's the kind of input you could give today. And again, any of those numbers in green, if you don't like them, we can change them. If you want to see more or less, we can talk about that too. Next slide. The next one we came up with was retained stocks listed as endangered or threatened under the ESA. Right now there's a handful of those, again, that we manage currently that are listed under the Endangered Species Act. And so we could bring back, just the list. What does that list look like? And so those could be included, and then you could discuss them. The next would be consider removing stocks that are adequately managed by the territories. We would have to define what does adequately managed mean. We would have to talk about that. And then, of course, both the council and NIMS would really want to get heavy influence and input from both the DNR and the DPNR. So we really want to, we don't want to just do things in our bubble. We want to make sure that what we're doing meshes with what they're doing in the territories and what they see in the future of their management. So we would really want to be very collaborative with the territories. And then next, we put one in that says, retain stocks that can be adequately monitored or assessed. We're still going to have to kind of define that, but really what that's trying to get at is there a current data collection program in place, or is there a feasible method or reason to collect that data? So we've talked about in the past and kind of currently how we don't really have recreational data. We know we want that data. There was a process, a program in place in Puerto Rico in the past, so we know it's feasible. We just need to find funds and time and to get that implemented. And obviously, USVI, I think, and even DPNR in the Puerto Rico, they are making headway on that. It's just not in place yet for us to get all of the alphabet soup numbers, but we're working toward it. So we would want to retain species that are important to sectors that even if we don't have the data now, we could easily maybe get it in the future. So that's kind of what that means. The nice thing about the timing of this, doing this matrix amendment now, is that it's going hand in hand with the Science Center's lead up to CDAR 103, the process that they're looking at there. It also will benefit from their data triage that they've done in the past, which is gathering all the data types and links that we have for our species. So we also want to work with the Science Center closely on this one, and we have been so far. Next. And then we've talked a little bit today about ecosystem component species. We did talk about it back in August. And as this process develops, we would like to look at some of those species that are truly ecologically important. Corals, urchins, some of your parrotfish, they have a service, they perform a service to the reef. They're very important. We wouldn't want them to get decimated to the point where your reef suffers. So we know there's species out there that would fall under this category, and there is the potential under the MSA to classify those as ecosystem component species. So what we need to do is look a little bit deeper at what other regions have done. We've started that process. For instance, the Pacific Islands have some, they actually moved a lot of their species to ecosystem component. They manage a lot of corals just like we do, and they moved them all to ecosystem component. And so that means that you don't have to set a catch limit for them. You don't have to have an accountability measure, but they're there. They're still included in the management plan because in this instance, they serve a purpose for the ecosystem. And so they want to just keep an eye on them. So we need to figure out what this classification means for our species. If we truly want to move things to that, why do we want to move it? What are our options once they are moved? And so hopefully we'll package all of that in the document that we bring back in April and really kind of try to explain that more clearly. If we move it to ecosystem, what does that mean for the species? I will tell you that if we move, like for instance, your parrotfish in St. Croix that have a size limit, if those species were not targeted predominantly in federal waters and we felt like they could be removed from the FMP, but we acknowledge that they serve a very important purpose in the ecosystem. So we want to retain them as an ecological component species. Reclassifying them would mean that we didn't have that size limit anymore. So that you can't have the size limit if they're EC species, but you could still move them to that, monitor their landings over time. And if a problem develops or the fishery developed or they became more targeted in federal waters, you could move them back into your fishery management plan. You could establish catch limits and accountability measures at that time. And then if you wanted to, you could put the size limits back on. So that's just kind of an example of ecosystem component species. You're not supposed to have other management controls in place if they're in that category. So I hope that helps a little bit. We'll bring back a document that really kind of tries to explain that better and give you examples from other regions of what they've done. And then as it says there, so anything that gets moved or reclassified, we would continue to monitor. And then, yeah, if it becomes a target, we could consider putting it back into the fishery management plan with catch limits. We want to hear from the council. Are there any other criteria? Like I mentioned, we could probably add something specific to pelagic species. But I think next slide is probably my next steps, I think. Yep, next step. So along with, are there any other criteria? Either qualitative, meaning like just not based on hard data, or quantitative that is based on hard data that we might have. Are there any other ones that you would like us to consider when we come back in April? Are there any other thresholds? And that's, we're calling those numbers that we had in green thresholds. Any other numbers, thresholds that you would like us to consider? As I mentioned, adding more, changing the numbers that were shown. Whatever input you give, we'll take to the planning team. And then we also want to think about, for the species that maybe don't meet criteria for retention, are there any criteria or rationale that we would want to use or have in place for why we're moving it to ecosystem component? We don't really need, I don't think, rationale for if it's going to be removed. It wouldn't hurt, but if we want to reclassify it as an ecosystem, we would need that rationale. Yes, Miguel.
I don't know, but I believe that we need to have a rationale why we are moving it, because we're gonna move things into ecosystem just because of top of our head. Because you have to make sure that that species doesn't need managing because it's healthy, it's everything. I'm not that young or saying that, but we have to make sure that the council understand that in order for us to move any species to another component of the management like ecosystem, we need to have a good rationale as to why we can do that. And the other point is that idea, if we move it into ecosystem and then if we need it, we put it back, that doesn't work that well. Because probably by the time you put it back, it's to total closure because the fishery disappeared. And we did that in the Gulf Council where we tried to manage one species by looking at it, and then the National Fisheries Service overfished the darn thing because there were too many of them. So they were overfishing during the study area. That's something that I wanted to include that for the record, because what Sarah is saying here is that we need to have criteria for any action that you will have in order to remove those species. Even with the looking at the 14276, we also have to have criteria that the secretary can approve for us to move any species out of the management, let's say in this case, management unit of the management plans. So, Sarah, what do you need from the council at this time?
So, are there any other criteria that you could think of that aren't in here, that you maybe would want us to consider how we filter the list of species that we currently have to maybe something new? Something that wasn't discussed, or something that was discussed, but you would maybe recommend a different way to do it? And if not, then we will move forward with developing these criteria that we showed here and how that actually filters our current stocks for each fishery management plan, and bring those lists, as I mentioned, also how they compare to the DAP suggestions and the ad hoc committee. We'll compare it to everything. We want to give you as much information as we can so that when you move forward, we don't have to do a lot of backtracking.
Julian?
Julian McGrath for the record. I think this is a great way to look at it, and I'm looking forward to the outcome of this. Only thing that I would ask the chairman, Carlos, is that we dedicate enough time in the April meeting for discussion, because this is going to take a little time to discuss. It's a large group of species we're going to be looking at, that we are not rushed, that we can take our time. Some of it is going to be easy, I'm pretty sure. Some of it might need a little bit more collaboration and discussion among ourselves. So I'm just asking that if, when doing the agenda, if you could allot enough time that we don't be rushed to go through this here. Thank you.
Okay, Heather?
So just to Julian's point, to help facilitate this is partly a question for Sarah and Maria. So we're going to come back in April with the options paper, right? And are we envisioning that that options paper will have applied the criteria that we have here to the stocks in the FMU and will be able to show the results, right? Okay, of what do we want to try to also crosswalk that with the outcome of the exercise that Graciela has done with the DAPS so that we can maybe show where there are differences in, you know, how ours shook out relative to the consequences of that exercise. And maybe that would help set up if they're both in total agreement, right? Like maybe that would give us a good set of things that we could move quickly on, and then we could focus on the stocks that maybe aren't aligning under each of the exercises.
This is Sarah. Yes, that was my intent, is
Okay.
to compare it to not just the DAPS, but the ad hoc committee also did a similar kind of process. So
Perfect.
both of those where you can, and what I'm hoping is that if we go through the criteria, for the most part, the DAPS and the ad hoc members are going to be happy with how those two options shake out. They'll be like, oh, it'll easy, maybe the 75% in federal waters perfectly aligns with what they wanted. The 50% doesn't. So they would just say, we prefer the 75. It matches everything that we said. But I want to show that side by side so they can see it and the council can see it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think that'd be great. And then I think we're also interested in hearing from the territories, maybe at the April meeting, in what species you guys might be interested in taking on. Yeah, okay. That'll be good. Thank you.
Miguel?
Yeah, one last thing, and this is has to do with the workload. For the April meeting, we're shooting for the 22nd of April. And that information had to be given to the people at least 15 days in advance. So they were able to read it and digest it so they can come prepared to the meeting. Is that feasible, Sarah?
If you tell me right now that I need to have it to you 15 days, then yes, it will be. If you don't tell me, I'm going to just do it on my timeline. But yes, if you want it, especially because this one would likely have a document as well as a presentation. I would definitely try to get the document ahead. The presentation I should be able to do as well because I'll make it a priority. So yes.
Okay. So we have a public comment period. Anyone in the,
No.
no, I guess not. All right, meeting is in recess until tomorrow morning at 9. And we have a closed session for only council members
In 10 minutes.
in 10 minutes.